County Ground for day 4 of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. The situation of the match is that Derbyshire are 269 for 6 in their second innings, leading by just 117. That's clearly not enough. They'll probably have to be batting at lunchtime, and I'm delighted to say I'd had enough of Chris. And we've got Alex Whittington with us.
Yes, good morning, Fletch. I thought I'd come in for the glory hunter that I am, in for the final day, just to see Worcestershire claim this victory. I think
steady.
I think we should be set for. Well, the potential is for an interesting day if, as you say, Derbyshire can keep batting through till lunch and push that lead up to what do you reckon, 200, 220?
Yeah,
give
minimum.
them a bit of a target for the bowlers to have a go at the Worcestershire batters for. But, I think it's all down to the skipper today, isn't it, for Derbyshire this morning?
Yeah, these two are crucially important. This deploy is going to resume on 52 not out from 66 deliveries. Zach Chappell, who led the fight back in the first innings with Ben Aitchison, is on 21 off 34. Spoke to Zach at the close of play last night, and he says we will be going for victory. Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? As a professional sportsman, he was a thoroughly nice chap. And the second or third time I've spoken to him, he's a top man, but he's got some work to do here. I saw him go off for a net earlier on. We're going to start early. It's going to be Joe Leach bowling the first ball of the day, and it's turned into the leg side. There was a little bit of "I'll come, will you?" And they'd get through for a single. First ball of the day. Oh dear, if it's going to be like that, we're not going to be here very long at all, because there was a certain amount of hesitancy there.
Yeah, a bit of very early intent shown by the batters there. I mean, following on from what you were saying there, Fletch, about Zach Chappell being keen to push for all 16 points today, and I guess that's one of the things, isn't it, with the rule changes, a draw now being worth just 5 points down from 8. I mean, why not? Why? You need to go for it, really, don't you? I guess
so
that's
16
sort of the point
for a win,
of it.
is it? You've done the research.
16 for a win,
Thank
yes.
you.
I'll have my eye on the numbers like that today.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I'm fairly clueless on that kind of thing, if I'm honest. I know that if they get out of this with a draw, they'd get 10, but they won't. Here is Leach bowling to Chappell, who defends up towards mid-off. There's no run. It is perishingly cold in this press box today.
Well,
I have no idea what's happening.
Well, Fletch, I mean, you haven't exactly got the sun out for the final day, have you? I arrived full of confidence in a T-shirt, and I've since had to put on the sweater because it is a bit nippy inside. The sun threatening to break through, though it is quite cloudy overhead here at the county grounds.
Leach in again, bowls to Chappell, who pushes it out into the offside. Adam Hose does the fielding. I've got the news in my ears now, which suggests that there'll be an update fairly soon. That's always good. Yes,
a nice tight field here for Worcestershire, as you'd expect, pushing for those 4 wickets. Derbyshire losing wickets in clusters yesterday after that early stand.
Just losing too many wickets. Here comes Leach again, and Chappell whips this into the leg side. Very wristy shot from Zach Chappell out towards Ben Gibbon, who throws it in left arm. They go through for another single. 271 for 6. Do you have an 11 o'clock?
I do indeed, yes. I will be momentarily disappearing to having it.
You're being very cool about it.
Very calm, very collected. Right, I'm speaking a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to get there. Don't want to miss your first one. Just sorting the stream out here. That's not good. Next delivery is pushed by Liz Deploy into the ons. Just try and do something about this stream. I knew it was too good to be true. We will get there. This next delivery is defended by Liz to play into the first over. Just bear with me. No, that's not good. Just got an update to do first. Yeah, we just had one over here. Wesley and Derbyshire have moved on to 271 for 6 from their overnight 269 run apiece for Leas Deploy and Zach Chappell. They're key to Derbyshire's hopes in this game because they need more runs. They really need to be batting at lunchtime, I would suggest. Deploy has 53, Chappell has 22, and Derbyshire 271 for 6, leading by 119. I'll try to commentate while I'm doing this, but I'm not promising anything. There we go. Right. Let's go again. Don't listen to that, because you don't need to know that number. Beautiful. Morning on the BBC Sport website. I don't know why we went off, but we went off, and there's just another run scored there by Leas Deploy, playing the ball out into the leg side. I got a message off a colleague suggesting he was probably the 5th person to let me know, but it was quite silent on the stream. The reason it was silent on the stream is because the line had dropped, but we're back. Chappell pushes this one up to long on. Matthew Waite, who has to be a candidate for man of the match after a very decent bowling performance first time around and a maiden first-class century yesterday, does the fielding. 274 for 6. It's Brett D'Oliveira who's bowling, incidentally. I'm not sure if I told you that. That one is defended by Leas Deploy out into the offside, or the onside, and there's no run. I hate it when the line drops. I don't get flustered.
Lots of messages.
Oh, switch yourself on. Go on.
There we go.
Next delivery is driven down the ground, and it's missed by D'Oliveira as he tries to field it off his own bowling, and Deploy picks up another single. He moves on to 55 now. Chappell has 24. Derbyshire 275 for 6, leading by 123. Noticeable over rate -2, and Worcestershire's players are running around.
Yeah, they're eager, aren't they, Fletch, to get that over rates back to parity. And, the fact that people are messaging you shows that obviously people are listening, which is a good sign, isn't it? Here we are on the final day.
One, sadly, only one.
On the final day now, Derbyshire 275 for 6 with a lead of 123, and it will be the former Worcestershire captain Joe Leach up at the far end to start the third over of the day. Deploy on strike. He's moved on to 55. Key to Derbyshire trying to set a decent total for Worcestershire this morning, as Leach now in from the far end, coming up to Deploy past the umpire. Now he bowls, and it's just knocked into the leg side to sort of a short mid-wickets there. The captain, Brett D'Oliveira, and the ball back now in the hands of Josh Tongue. Josh Tongue, who is key very much for Worcestershire. He's had a really good winter in the with the England Lions, picking up 8 wickets in their test in Sri Lanka. As Leach now comes again past the umpire into Chappell. Deploy this time, and it's just knocked away for a single. Derbyshire moving on to 276 for 6 now. That lead ticking 1 run to 124, and Leach will collect the ball up against now Zach Chappell. 46 for Chappell in the first innings with the bat in hand. He's a tidy all-rounder as Leach now comes in from round over the wicket, and it's left alone by Chappell as the sun threatens to break through here, Fletch.
You mentioned Josh Tongue. His figures in this match at the moment are 1 for 102. He's bowled poorly. He hasn't been himself at all in this game for some reason.
Yeah, he's had an injury past few years, hasn't he? Josh Tongue, as Leach comes in again, and it's pushed, and it'll go through the slip cordon and down to the boundary for 4 runs for Chappell, as the captain D'Oliveira tries to give chase, but that's the boundary for the day for Zach Chappell. Gets him moving and ticking across to 28, and the lead moving up to 128. Derbyshire 280 for 6. Just lightly guided it through where the short third man could have been, down to the boundary for the first one of the day, as Leach now again comes in to Chappell and bowls, and this time it's just short on the leg side and picked up by a short mid-wicket. And as you say, Fletch, Josh Tongue, an interesting one. Been injury hits since 2019. Hasn't played an awful lot of games as the 25-year-old. Obviously still young, but 43 first-class matches in all. Does take his wickets at a decent lick though, coming into today's. Leach now comes in to bowl, and it's just solidly in behind it is Chappell back to the bowler, and that will be the end of the over. Derbyshire 280 for 6. Chappell on 28, Deplew on 56, and the lead now 128.
What I would say about Josh Tongue being, what did he say he was, 26?
25 years
25?
old.
Everybody's young now. In all honesty. Well, if there's anybody out there who isn't.
Your experience, though, Fletch.
Yeah,
that's the thing, isn't it?
Old.
No, I would never accuse you of that.
That's true. That. Brett Oliveira to continue. Lewis deploy on strike, and he defends the first ball back to the Worcestershire skipper. 228, still not enough, but it's a good start so far today for these two. They haven't looked troubled as yet, which doesn't bode well for trying to force a victory, of course, as that one is flicked down towards long on, where Matthew Waite does the fielding. Deploy moves to 57, 281 for 6. Sparse-ish crowd. I mean, it's a bit chillier than probably most people anticipate, but there is blue sky on the way, I can promise. There's Chappell, who's only hit 2 fours, remarkably, plays the next delivery from D'Oliveira back towards the bowler. Does the fielding himself, and in his oversized sleeveless sweater, bowls to Chappell on the back foot this time, forces it out into the offside. That's Haynes. Ordinarily at slip. In fact, Ed Pollock's not at slip, everybody. I can't see where he is, but he's not at slip. He's been at slip for the entire game. Chappell defends again, pushes it out into the offside.
He's on the strip, isn't he? Just sort of
Oh, there he is, yes. With his back to us and his name and his number.
Couldn't have been easier, Fletch.
No, you're right. He's a very straight, short, mid-on. And that one's again forced into the offside by Zach Chappell. End of the over. They are getting through these overs quickly due to that -2 over 8. They don't want to be losing any of the points that they pick up from this game, Worcestershire. I think they're very, very wary of that. End of the over. 281 for 6. Chappell has 28. Deploy has 57. This partnership now worth 46. And Derbyshire's lead 129.
Yeah, it's a handy partnership, isn't it, Fletch? As we said, coming to the start of the day, Deploy, you think, is the key man here, the captain for Derbyshire. As Leach now from the far end comes into the captain, who's off his hip down to fine leg, and it will beat the man down there and run away. It will beat Matthew Waite and run away for another boundary, his first of the day, the captain Deploy. And it's out for a 4, which means that he moves on to 61. The lead ticking now to 133. Derbyshire 285 for 6. Just sat up a little bit for him, that one, and just guided it off his hip and down to the boundary. Very similar position to where the right-handed Zach Chappell had guided one in Leach's previous over now. As Leach comes in past the umpire, the sun glinting down, and Chappell this time just defends it. And it'll be picked up by mid-on. D'Oliveira just running over the ball there. I think also, Fletch, the fact that D'Oliveira's on, obviously not lots of spin options for Worcestershire, and he might have to do a fair bit of the bowling. He's done 11 overs so far. D'Oliveira taking 2 for 32.
Neither side picked a specialist spinner in the game.
As Leach now up against Deploy, who calmly the back foot defends it, and D'Oliveira picks up. Yeah, I mean, not necessarily that the wickets are gonna turn too much, obviously, in the first opening round of the season, but there's not a lot of options really for spinners there.
No.
Looking down those
Derbyshire
11s.
Liz Deploy bowled a bit of his left arm spin, bit of leg spin from Matt Lamb.
Leach in again to the Derbyshire captain, who again just defends it back to the bowler, who picks up. Derbyshire 285 for 6. That lead now 133. And there's a few spectators and lots of jumpers on, I can see. Not many t-shirts. as Fletch, as Leach in again. Number 23 on his back as he turns around away from us and comes in again. Past the umpire up to Deploy, who again defends. And it will run out onto the offside. And picked up by Matt Lamb. Not Matt Lamb, sorry, but picked up by Jack Haynes. That would be impressive if Matt Lamb was on.
I'd be disappointed if he was fielding off his own skipper. I'd be having a word with him.
Yeah,
Come on, son. Play the game.
Yeah, play the game. What are you up to there? Leach again. Final ball of the over into Deploy, who scampers the single there, running it down to sort of short third, which is Jake Libby. And one run goes on to the Derbyshire total, 286 for 6. That lead 134.
I was going to try and work out how many runs they'd put on this morning, but it's a difficult sum. I think it's 17 in the first 5 overs. It could be anything really. I'll let you work it out at home. 269 for 6 to 286 for 6. So he's definitely 17.
17, yes.
And, now then, we've had the overs to try to catch up the over rate, and we're going to see our first sighter, Ben Gibbon, left arm seamer, bowled really nicely in his final session last night. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15 in his final session yesterday. So this will pose a different test to the 2 Derbyshire batsmen with the left arm option.
And we were mentioning how young Josh Tongue has been given, just 22 years of age. His first season with Worcestershire last year.
He's bowling from the racecourse end. In goes Gibbon, bowls to Leas Deploy. Yes, I should have told you the far end is the city end. No, these are the things that I just assume on day 4 that everybody knows everything by now. But of course, Alex here for the first time today with us. So
it's the racecourse end, the
racecourse,
city.
we're at the racecourse end, yeah.
Excellent.
The finishing line to the old Derby racecourse is just by the pylon over there. There's a little wall. And that was where the finish line was. Longest, one of only 5 straight miles in the country. In goes Gibbon again and bowls to Deploy, pushes this one out into the offside. In swoops Haynes at cover to do the fielding. And there's no run, so 286 for 6. There will be finishes, well, of course there'll be finishes, it's the last day. Up and down the country today. Yorkshire in a strong position against Leicestershire, 236 for 5. They've moved on to, they're leading by 338. Sussex need another 47 runs to beat Durham down at Hove. They've still got 5 wickets left. A couple of wickets there could be interesting as Gibbon is into Deploy, who leaves. Nice leave through to the keeper. Oohs and ahs, but you'd expect that on day 4. Gloucestershire 393 for 5. They now lead Glamorgan by 154 in Cardiff. So that in a similar position to this game here. Probably not a big enough lead at this stage. And they've lost 1 fewer wicket than Derbyshire, who are 286 for 6, Deploy 62, Chapel 28. The partnership has now gone beyond 50. It's 51. Second half-century partnership that Zach Chappell's been involved in this match, as Gibbon is in and bowls to Deploy, who off the back foot just guides it down to third man. Joe Leach is there in the far distance. And they pick up another single. He moves to 63, 287 for 6. I promised you blue sky and the sun is out.
Yeah, here we are.
Sun is out.
Glistening across
You'll be cursing
the
it
county
later
grounds.
when it's in our eyes. if we get, mind you, if we get to the point where the sun is in our eyes, which would be round about 4 o'clock, then this game might be heading for an exciting finish. Who knows?
Yeah, let's hope so then. Let's hope that we'll be blinded by the sun at that stage.
Coming round the wicket now, Gibbon, to the right-handed Zach Chappell. Chappell, who did hit a 6 in the first innings. He's only hit 2 4s so far in this, and Gibbon bowls to him, and he just turns it into the leg side. D'Oliveira is at mid-wicket to do the fielding. And there's no run. I would have kept you in touch with the scores from Nottinghamshire, of course, but they lost yesterday down at Hampshire. Sadly.
Well, get your tissues out. Fletch.
Could be a short stay in the First Division. Who knows? Given on the advertising mat. He's on his way in now, past the umpire, and balls to Chappell, who's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery. Just coming back towards him, played down the wrong line, really, there, Zach Chappell. It's the end of the over. He's already removed his gloves. They're going to be punching fists, of course, because that's what they do. 287 for 6. Chappell has 28. Deploy has 63. The lead, 135.
Yeah, that ball definitely the most promising one in terms of a Worcestershire's perspective today, but a good leave by the tall right-hander. As now we're up the other end. D'Oliveira's switched ends to the City end. He'll be coming round the wicket to the captain to captain. Deploy now, who is on the front foot and guides it past a short mid-wicket down to mid-on, or a long-on, all the way in there now on the boundary. D'Oliveira just doing a couple of field changes there. Ben Gibbon being told to come in on the leg side as Chappell set to face. Sort of got a deep cover, or very deep, cow corner really, all the way on the boundary over there, which is Jake Libby, I think, and the ball's just defended straight back to D'Oliveira by Zach Chappell.
2 out deep on the leg side. They're
Field
expecting Chappell to have a go here.
Have a hoik as D'Oliveira comes in now, and off the back foot, straight back punched to D'Oliveira from Chappell. It's also a long on and a long off as well, both on the boundary as D'Oliveira comes in again. Chappell, though, guides it down to long on, which is picked up and thrown in, and they tick over for a single now. 289 for 6. Chappell moves on to 29. That lead 137. As the field switches round for the left-handed Deploy, who hits it straight to the man in shorts, Ed Pollock, and it's back now with D'Oliveira, who again comes in now, tosses it up. Again, D'Oliveira this time will miss the ball as Deploy knocks it down to his long on this time, and it's thrown in, and another over ticks by, another safe over navigated by Derbyshire, who move on to 290 for 6. That lead 138. Deploy 65 off 89, going a decent rate there, and Zach Chappell 29 from his 53. But this is the partnership that's, from a Worcestershire perspective, they'll want to break it as early as they can.
They will have the second new ball in 3 overs' time. Around 77 overs, this ball. As Ben Gibbon to continue from the racecourse, that ball's to Deploy, strikes him on the pad, possibly, yes, on the pad. Goes down towards fine leg. It will be leg by, signalled by umpire Paul Baldwin. And one more to the total, 291 for 6.
So going back to that, the race course then, when did that disappear?
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked.
Am I ready for a history lesson?
Well, not really, but they raced until 1939.
Oh, right. Okay.
When the
war.
Second War broke out, of course. Gibbon is in again, bowls to Zach Chappell this time, defends it out into the offside. Haynes with the fielding at cover. And then when they reapplied for the licence in 1945, they were turned down by the local council because they thought it brought the wrong sort of person into the town, as it was then, Derby, now a city, of course. So they never continued. So it finished in 1939, but there's some very, very good...
I would have thought that would have brought some more people in.
Yes, well,
Lots
yes,
of people
wrong
in.
sort, you see, wrong sort. Keeping around the wicket bowls to Chappell, who guides this just to the left, a backward point. They go through for a single. Azhar Ali comes in off the third man boundary to do the fielding. And Chappell moves on to 30, 292 for 6. But if you look on, I'm going to say Google Maps, because that's what I would look on it. You can see the outline of the racecourse, and of course the football pitch is behind the media centre, the grassroots football pitches. They're building a football hub there now as well. the Derbyshire FA. There are many football pitches there now. There's Gibbon bowls to Deploy, who drives him just to the onside of the stumps. Beautiful shot from Leas Deploy. Straight down the ground for 4. And Deploy moves on to 69. 296 for 6 now, and the lead is up to 144.
Yeah, it was in the slot there, wasn't it, for the Derbyshire captain? Lovely shot down the ground. They've looked untroubled so far of these two up against the Worcestershire attack this morning. Just that one ball from Ben Gibbon in his first over, which threatened the stumps.
That was a beautiful shot from Deploy. He looks to be in some decent touch here at 69. Not out. He plays and misses at 1. There you go. I should have knew it. As I was saying it, I knew I shouldn't be saying it. That was a really good delivery from Gibbon. Might just have left him a little bit. He's looking down, playing the shot again, and then tapping the area of the pitch where the ball landed and then left him. It happens to left-handers a lot. They do play and miss a lot, left-handers. Billy Godleman, perfect case in point, but the volume of runs that Billy Godleman has scored over his career and has scored in this match show that you can prosper as a left-hander. Deploy takes a step this time and drives the next delivery from Gibbon out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Out to the marquee, away to our right-hand side. So 2 beautiful drives and a play and miss for the final 3 balls of the Ben Gibbon over. He's now bowled 12 overs, taken 1 for 42. Deploy's moved into the 70s. He's on 73. The 300's up for Derbyshire. Chapel on 30. Derbyshire 300 for 6. And now leading by 148. But that new ball just 2 overs away.
Yeah, lovely shot that from Deploy. Just sort of leant on it, pushed it through extra cover boundary, you say, Fletch, and that will give him just another reassurance in his confidence. He's looked good this morning. Mind you, Gibbon, a ball that left played and missed, and then 2 fours in that over as well as D'Oliveira. Now from the other end, his last over, you'd think, before the new ball is taken, and it's just prodded back by Zach Chappell to the bowler, who will again toss himself a catch now. The Worcestershire captain, and comes in and bowls, and it's pushed back by Zach Chappell, and D'Oliveira dives down to his right-hand side and comfortably makes the stop. And he'll come in again, rattling through the overs. Here is Brett D'Oliveira as he's in. He bowls again, and history repeats itself. Chappell just putting a straight bat to that, to D'Oliveira, who comes in again. And he's up to the wickets. And it's pushed through the past where mid-off would have been, down to long off on the boundary by Chappell, and they run through for a single. Just came forward and pushed it into the gap there where the man could have been in the clock, and they tick over to 301 for 6 now to Derbyshire. The lead coming up to 150 as D'Oliveira, 2 balls left of the over to Deploy, who pushes it into the offside and will take a single down to the long off boundary. The man comes in at the far side there, as our rally, that is, on the boundary in the far distance in front of the city end. D'Oliveira coming in for the final ball of his over, up against Zach Chappell now. D'Oliveira in, and Chappell rocks back and gets his bat in the way of his pads. And the over concludes with Derbyshire looking comfortable at 302 for 6. The captain deploying 74. Zach Chappell 31, and the lead now is 150. So Worcestershire will be wanting to strike as quickly as they can here, because apart from those 2 Gibbon balls in his previous over, Derbyshire looking fairly comfortable, I'd suggest, Fletch.
I'd say so, but I don't want to say it out loud, because we all know what happens when we say things out loud. It's a bit of a drawback when you're on the radio if you're not saying anything out loud.
Yes, I might be doing a bit of the heavy lifting there.
Here is Ben Gibbon from the racecourse, and bowling to Leas Deploy, and he goes back and forces the ball to backward point where Jake Libby does the fielding. Final over before the second new ball is available. Renan is listening in South Africa, as he often is, almost always, in fact, sounding very optimistic. I like your optimism.
Someone's got to be.
Sort of share it, but I'm scared to share it. Here is Gibbon over the wicket, bowls to Deploy, who clips it nicely into the leg side. There'll be 2 runs here, no question, because the fielder out there has to run around and pick the ball up. Jack Haynes throws it in, 2 more to the total.
Just took a step or 2 down the pitch there, did Deploy, just to meet the ball on the bounce as he guided it nicely through to Jack Haynes.
304 for 6 now. Lead is over 150. It's 152. Deploy waits. Gibbon bowls to him and he just defends it up to mid-on. Matthew Waite, who will almost certainly, you would have thought, take the new ball with Joe Leach. Jack Leach is going to take any new balls anytime soon, and certainly not for Worcestershire.
Although yeah, he takes the new ball sometimes, doesn't he, under Ben Stokes for England a couple of times. But yes, it would be rather strange to see him out there
in this
today.
Yeah, very strange. Joe Leach, he's down at 3rd man at the moment, as Gibbon is in to bowl to Deploy. Turns it into the leg side. There'll be runs here. Probably only one of them, yeah, just the one. As it's fielded by Ed Pollock, who's just run as far as he's run in the entire match, except when he was batting and when he went to fetch the ball back yesterday when nobody could find it underneath the covers. He was the man who found the ball.
Do you think that's his role then in the side? Ball finder.
Yeah, well, ball finder and slip. He's gone back into slip now for Zach Chappell. He'd be far happier there, I'm sure. Hands deep into pockets. Update coming up fairly shortly from Radio Derby. As this next delivery is driven by Zach Chappell. He didn't time it as well as I thought he had, actually. And Haynes does the fielding out in the covers. He throws a shocker, and they're going to come back for an overthrow. That was a very poor piece of fielding by Haynes, I'm afraid. Nobody was really standing at the stumps at the non-strikers end. It went past them. It went past the man who was supposed to be backing up, and is eventually collected by Adam Hose. So 2 to Zach Chappell. He moves on to 33. Deploy on 77, 307 for 6. This next delivery is beating Zach Chappell. That's a good delivery. Really good delivery from Ben Gibbon. Round the wicket, beats the edge, through to the keeper. Dean Jackson on duty today at Radio Derby. I should be speaking to him fairly shortly. There we go. New ball taken. Good start to the day's play, Dean, for Derbyshire. 307 for 6 now, so they haven't lost a wicket, and they've added almost 40 runs in the first half hour. Lewis Deploy's on 77. Zach Chappell has moved on to 33, and their partnership now worth 72. Derbyshire going to have to bat, as I said earlier, at least until lunch, you would have thought, to even save this game, let alone go on and win it. The big problem is that Worcestershire have just taken the second new ball. Joe Leach is going to be bowling with it. He's already picked up a couple of wickets. Derbyshire 307 for 6, leading by 155. First ball with the new ball is bowled by Joe Leach. I might have said Jack again there. Apologies if I did. I don't know why. It is Joe, and it's pushed out into the offside. New ball taken at 307 for 6. See if it has an effect. I'm not necessarily sure it will. It'll certainly feel a bit better in the bowler's hands. They do like a new ball, and Joe Leach is in once again. Round the wicket from the city end, bowling to Lewis Deploy, who just pushes that into the offside. A little bit of extra bounce. Obviously, it's a much harder ball, the new ball, and therefore gets a little bit of extra bounce. Pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. One of my colleagues said he might come down for the first session. And looking around the ground, I can barely see through the window, of course, with the state of these windows, but can't see him at the moment. Here's Leach again around the wicket, bowls to Deploy down the leg side. Good take by Gareth Roderick. He's standing up to the stumps to prevent Lewis Deploy from moving out of his crease. I'm not sure he'll want to move too far out of his crease, given that it's the new ball that's in Joe Leach's hand. And he hasn't shown any intention to do so because the wicket-keeper's up. So that was a good take down the leg side. Always difficult against even the pace of Leach, who's in again around the wicket. And this one's turned into the leg side by Deploy. They've run the first one quickly. They won't risk a second. Adam Hose in off the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. And Derbyshire moved to 308 for 6.
So, I mean, you'd sort of think that it will be the weight or tongue to maybe take the ball, or they could continue with Gibbon. He got the old ball to do a little bit off the surface, trouble in Deploy in the last over. There were also 2 fours hit off him. So, things to think about for D'Oliveira here at the county ground in Derbyshire.
Weight would be my favourite, but I haven't seen him stretching or anything yet. So he's just moved to fine leg from fine leg. Right-handed, left-hander, of course, out there at the moment. Chappell, the right-hander. He's not stretching, Matthew Wade, and he'll need to because he'll be stiff. In comes Leach again and bowls. That's one is pushed out into the offside. Hose again does the fielding. This time he's in the covers. They do have a man out on the mid-wicket boundary away to our left-hand side. That's Ben Gibbon. We'll be hoping just to take a few deep breaths if he is going to continue bowling from the racecourse end.
Yeah, suggest if there's no one warming up, which, as you say, doesn't look like there is, that it will be the youngster to continue.
And at the other end of the age range, Leach in and bowls, strikes the pad, not out, says umpire Bainton at the far end. And then he indicates that it might have been outside the line. I thought it might have been a bit high anyway. But yesterday he started doing something which was terrifying. He might have been doing it when he had his back to us and we couldn't see it, but he was lifting his right hand as though he was going to give the batsman out, and then saying no, it was outside the line, and that was just horrible.
I mean, the umpires have got to have their fun, haven't they? I suppose, and I guess that could be maybe that's one way that they like to do it, just to tease you. And as to whether that was out, but yeah, I would agree with you. I think that was possibly a bit too high.
My colleague is here. Well, I don't know if he's here. No, he's out of vision. He's wearing a lime green number with a woolly hat, so we'll be able to spot him. He just suggests that optimism doesn't suit me. Stick to what you know, he says. Thank you, Jono.
And it is Gibbon who will take the ball, carry on bowling from the racecourse end, up against Deploy, and Big Gibbon is in now and bowls, and flashed by the Derbyshire captain will go down to third, where it's picked up by Joe Leach there on the boundary, and they run through for a single. But the first sort of flashing blade by the Derbyshire captain, it was safe. There was no one anywhere near it, but a few bounces down to the boundary.
It's not a massively attacking field, is it? Really,
no,
just the one slip.
More men in there. Maybe push them up. There's a deep square leg on the leg side as well, and then sort of a short mid wicket and mid on, mid off cover, extra cover. Just the one slipping as well for Gibbon, and a third as the ball goes down the leg side, and diving stop by Roderick. And the ball will be back in the hands of Gibbon. Yeah, third all the way down the boundary. I think it's Azhar Ali in the far distance at the city end with his hands in his pockets. Not the warmest of days out there, though the sun is trying to peek through. And as I say that, it glows across the county ground.
It's freezing.
Gibbon now into bowl to Chappell. It's wide of the off stump. Chappell has nothing to do with it, and it's through to the keeper. Derbyshire 309 for 6. They lead by 157 in the opening 35 minutes of play. Gibbon with the second over with the new ball. And yeah, the field fairly spread, as Fletch was saying. Gibbon ponders how he's going to dismiss this partnership between Deploy and Chappell, which is 74 off 118, as Gibbon is in again to Chappell, and he flicks it off the pads, and their scramble is single. They're looking for the second, and indeed they do come back. The ball picked up away on the boundary by Hose on the leg side, the deep square leg boundary, and 2 more to the total. Nicely played by Chappell. Gibbon just angling in onto the pads there, and Chappell using his wrists very well to flick it down to the square leg boundary. He moves on to 35.
I've turned the aircon off.
Is that what it was?
The aircon. I've turned it off because, quite frankly, it is not required.
Give it again. And he's up and he bowls and it's down the leg side through to the keeper. Yeah, it was almost Arctic conditions in here, Fletch. I was about to go and get another layer on.
Put my hood up. I've got my football coat there that I wear through the winter. And
Is that like an Arsene Wenger coat, is it?
No.
Not quite a big long one.
No, but it's a nice warm one. But
yeah, not quite the weather yet for the light sort of in-between jackets. No. I'm still on my winter coat, as well as Gibbon is in again. To Zach Chappell, he's in now up to the stumps, and Chappell drives it down the ground. It will beat the mid-off fielder and run all the way down to the boundary in front of the media centre here at the racecourse ground for 4 more runs to add to Derbyshire's total. Lovely shot that from the tall right-hander of Chappell, and exactly what you do not want to happen if you're Ben Gibbon there. A fairly tight over, ruined in the end by the 4 off it, and it means that the score rolls on to 315 for 6 for Derbyshire, a lead of 163. Chappell onto 39 and Deploy onto 79. The partnership is onto 80.
Yeah, decent this for Derbyshire, leading by 163. Joe Leach begins a new over to bowl to Lewis Deploy, the Derbyshire skipper, in the defensive bag to the bowl, and there's no run. You're listening to cricket from the county ground in Derby on Radio Derby, BBC Hereford and Worcester, with Alex Whittington and Dave Fletcher on day 4 of the opening game of the season. Derbyshire behind the 8 ball at the start of play, 117 runs in front. They're now 163 in front. It's still not enough, but they're edging closer to where they might want to be as Leach bowls and Deploy pushes this one out into the offside. Azarali does the fielding, and there's no run. At fletchcricket@gmail.com. Alex? You're a young person. You must have some form of social media.
I'm surprised you didn't give out your TikTok details, Fletch.
Yes, yeah. I've never, ever been on
No,
TikTok.
I must confess, I also do not have. But you can find me at @A_Whittington13.
There you go. Nice and easy to remember. As Leach bowls to Deploy and beats him outside the off stump.
It is easy to remember, but you know,
I'm not sure that it is really.
The pantomime Dick Whittington.
Well,
is 2 T's, right? But my surname is 1 T.
But you
just
are
to complicate
1 T,
everything. I am 1 T.
Yes,
yeah.
I thought you were 1 T.
Yeah.
Yes. When I said Alex Whittington was coming, when we were talking to Griff earlier on, I said, but I've just got to avoid calling him Dick.
Yes.
But it'll happen at some point. It'll happen at some point. If you're on the circuit permanently, you would be Dick, as this one is played by Liz Deployed a backward point. Libby does the fielding. And there's no run. Plenty of blue sky up above now. Sorry,
no one was imaginative. I mean, it had many other names, but in sort of, secondary school and no one went for Dick. I mean, no, I don't know if it's sort of that Dick Whittington, but it was a pantomime that you go to as a child. It was.
Absolutely.
Dick Whittington, Jack and the Beanstalk.
Turn again. Yeah.
Leach is turning again.
Lord Mayor of London. In comes Leach and bowls to Deploy, who pushes this out into the leg side. Adam Hose is there. It bobbles just in front of him. And he does really well to clutch it in. And then as Lewis Deploy tried to turn, he tried to turn and he turned straight into Joe Leach. And Lewis Deploy's now been spoken to by Neil Bainton for running on the pitch. So that's interesting. Lewis Deploy did argue his case. I saw him with an outstretched arm, but Neil Bainton is being fairly insistent that he doesn't run on the pitch, which of course is absolutely correct. But if he can get away with it a couple of times, just to scuff it up a bit, nobody's going to object, are they? 316 for 6 now, lead 164. Leach bowls to Zach Chappell, who gets an inside edge down to fine leg, goes past the wicketkeeper, who's got no chance standing up, let's face it. He pinches the strike as well with that single, moving on to 40. He got 46 first time around. Zach Chappell batting at 8. This is a terrific effort from him. He's on to, I think he's on to 40. He might be on 39. It might already have finished. No, I think he's on 40. 318 for 6, I'm going. Lewis Deploy has 80. The lead 166. It'll update soon.
Yeah. Interesting.
No, it won't, because it was given as a leg bye as well, so that's why he didn't move. It has updated now. Sorry, 317 for 6.
Keeping you on your toes, Fletch.
Oh, I've just inability to watch what's going on out there, really.
Now, Gibbon in from the racecourse end, bowling to the aforementioned Zach Chappell. He's in, he bowls, and Chappell's in behind it, straight back to the bowler. Interesting. I think both these teams, well, certainly Derbyshire, looking at their 11, packing it with some all-rounders. Matt Lamb, Andrew Dahl, Zach Chappell as well. Sort of 3 all-rounders in that middle order. I don't know if that's sort of one of the ways that more teams are sort of going to go down that route, I think, this season. Gibbon with a turning on his heels and now in to Chappell. And Chappell wristily flicks it straight back at the bowler. The field, were this a one-day or a white ball game, there'd be almost, imagine that circle that surrounds the wicket is where most of the field is set. There is a third man, Azhar Ali, on the boundary, and Joe Leach taking some refreshments down at fine leg, and there's also a deep square leg too. Everyone else, though, within or on the ring as Gibbon is in again to bowl to Chappell. It's wide, and Chappell lofts it over point, and it will trickle slowly towards the boundary, but be picked up inside by Jake Libby. And they come back for a couple of runs there, just rock back and kind of cut it into the offside there, did Zach Chappell, and a couple more runs to his total as he's getting up to almost his 46 from the first innings. And a handy little partnership this between these two batters, Deploy and Chappell. Gibbon in again now, midway through the 84th over. Chappell waits, bat in hand in his right hand, and just solidly gets him behind it down to mid-on, which is Josh Tongue, who polishes the ball. Yet to make an appearance today, Josh Tongue with the ball in hand. You mentioned Fletch, obviously, his figures for the match so far don't make for good reading.
For 102, that's not good in the averages, that, is it? 202. That shot from Chappell out to the offside, a little bit risky. The bat was away from his body, but got away with it.
And Gibbon in again. Chappell off the back foot, punches it down to mid-off, where it's picked up by Matthew Waite. A century in the first innings for the Worcestershire all-rounder. No sign of anyone else moving. The new ball taken. The 4th over this with the new ball shared by Joe Leach and Ben Gibbon. Gibbon roll, puts it on his right thigh, gives it a bit of a rub, keeping the gleam going in the sun, which is now across the county grounds as Chappell waits, and in behind it on the offside this time, and it's picked up by Jack. Oh no, it's not. It's picked up by, yes, it is Jack Haynes.
Yes.
You can tell him because he's got hair sticking out of the back of his cap as Jack Haynes. Yeah.
He's spent much of the game at second slip. Slowly, as the day wore on yesterday, found himself out in the outfield, but he's been at second slip. Ed Pollock at first.
Yeah, shock of blonde hair. Did you ever have a shock of blonde hair, Fletch?
That's very kind of you to ask. I had long hair at one point, many years ago, but that's long gone.
Like long sort of like a rocker hair, was it? Kind of hairstyle, was it?
Well, that was
headbanging.
Yes, headbanging. That was the effect I was trying to portray. Matthew Waite's just left the field momentarily as Joe Leach begins a new over to Leas Deploy, and he turns it into the leg side out towards backward square leg. Adam Hose does the fielding, single taken. Deploy moves to 81, 320 for 6. That would suggest that Matthew Waite's gone off for his bowling boots to me. And the young 12th man is Mitchell Stanley again, 38 on his back, just going from fine leg to fine leg down below us. So I think we'll see Matthew Waite at some point with the ball fairly shortly as Leach is in and bowls. That's off an edge down towards third man. That might race away for 4. It will race away for 4. Jake Libby gave chase, but he was never going to get there, and Chappell moves on to 45. He got 46 first time around. He's got 45 not out this time. And Derbyshire have now overtaken their first innings score, 324 for 6. They lead by 172 now.
Yeah, handy this, isn't it?
This is very interesting.
At the start of the day, anything to 200 and just above, and not too far off that now.
Still a way to go. Here's Leach in the bowls, and that one has bowled him. Oh, has he been stumped? He's been stumped, in fact. A brilliant piece of work behind the stumps from Roderick. Down the leg side the ball went, and I should have guessed straight away by the angle at which the stump is leaning that it was a stumping rather than bowled. And Zach Chappell has gone for 45, the first breakthrough of the day for Worcestershire. 324 for 7 now, leading by 172 Derbyshire. That could be a big wicket.
Yeah, really smart work by Gareth Roderick there. Down the leg side, so smart. Standing up to the stumps, Roderick, as he has been to Leach since the new ball was taken. Really tidy glove work down the leg side, whipped off the leg side bail, and Chappell has to go one short of his total from the first innings. Leach. And big celebrations. Worcestershire very much know the value of that wicket there. Roderick particularly excitable in his celebrations as he went charging down to meet Joe Leach. Both fists clenched in delight. And that is the breakthrough, almost just a couple of seconds after we mentioning that Derbyshire were coming along nicely, Fletch. So we'll stop talking about that and go back to being miserable about Derbyshire's chances, shall we?
I think we should, really. Yeah, it was a terrific piece of work by Roderick behind the stumps. Not easy standing up to a bowler of the pace of Joe Leach. And I'm not sure how much Joe Leach will enjoy having a stumping on his on his CV, although he probably won't care as long as he gets the wickets. Excellent work from him. Ben Aitchison is the new batsman. He scored a few in the first innings as well and shared in that big stand with Zach Chappell.
I'll be hoping for
such a shambles of
so you rustle through your papers there.
I'm never going to find it. They added 59 for the 8th wicket first time around, and Ben Aitchison made 28 of them. I knew it was there somewhere. By the time we get to day 4, I've got that much paper. I have no idea what I'm doing. But that's just on day 4. As Aitchison defends the first ball that he faces from Joe Leach up towards Adam Hose, who comes in from the covers to do the fielding. Sammy, who was on a couple of times yesterday's morning, just tuned in. What's the mindset of both teams looking like? Well, it's changed in the last 2 or 3 minutes. I think it'd be fair to say Derbyshire's lead 172 is still not enough. And Worcestershire have one of the 4 wickets that they need before they set about a run chase for victory. Here is Leach. City end, bowls to Aitchison, pushes out to Hose once again. I would imagine that Chappell will be particularly annoyed to be stumped with the ball down the leg side.
Yeah, it's almost one of the worst ways to go, really, isn't it?
If it had been dancing down the pitch trying to smash it out of the ground, you can sort of accept it, but 2 slips in place. Haynes has gone back into second slip now for the new batsman. Ed Pollock, of course, at first slip. And the backward point, Jake Libby, has been asked to move 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. As Leach is in and bowls, and one strikes Ben Aitchison around the midriff, I would suggest. He's negotiated his first 3 deliveries, but it was a good over from Leach. He's picked up the first wicket. He'd gone for 5 off the first 2 balls, then picked up the wicket. He's got 3 for 79 now. Aitchison yet to get off the mark. Deploy has 81. Derbyshire's lead is 172.
Yeah, and as for a sort of a Worcestershire perspective, it's quite simple, isn't it, really? Get these last 3 wickets as quickly as you can and really put the pressure on these tail-enders, Connors and Lackmau, to come, neither of which Derbyshire-wise can really... Well, I think Connors isn't too bad, is he? But certainly Lackmau can't really hold a bat.
Well, he broke his bat in the first innings. He had a second.
He always held it too strongly.
Somebody else's bat brought out, but he never used it because he was at the non-strikers then, and Connors was out next ball.
So race course end now, and it's Ben Gibbon up against Deploy, and it's down the leg side and turned down to fine leg by Deploy, and that's Azhar Ali who are collected on the boundary as they go through for a single. Score moves on now to 325 for 7. The lead 173.
Liz Deploy just 18 away from the first Derbyshire century of the season. Will he run out of partners?
Given into Aitchison this time. Ooh, who just flirts at it, just misses it. Going down the inside line, Aitchison, and the ball goes past the outside of his bat through to keeper Roderick, who'll be bouncing after taking that fantastic stump in to dismiss Zach Chappell in the over before. And Aitchison, yeah, job is simple really for Aitchison here. Aitchison, isn't it, to be the support to deploy, as Gibbon is in again now to bowl to Aitchison, and he again sort of flirts with it outside the stump, leaves his bat hanging, and it's shaped away through to the keeper Roderick.
Not playing any kind of shot there, really, is he? It's not a proper defensive shot, and it's not an attacking shot.
Yeah, no footwork there either, just sort of hanging the bat outside the off stump. And anything a bit closer to the stumps by Gibson is very much right on the outside edge of Aitchison's bats. And Gibbon again coming in for the 4th ball of the over. He's up now, angles it into Aitchison, who bats it down to mid-on, which is Josh Tongue, who gives the ball a polish. Just slight change of angle there from Gibbon, rather than going outside the off stump, trying to angle it in to Aitchison just to keep him guessing.
It's very noticeable, that delivery to Aitchison, that he went wide of the crease, didn't he? Just leapt to his left before the delivery.
What will he do this time now as Gibbon comes in? And again a bouncer, which Aitchison ducks under. Trying all sorts here is a...
We saw that yesterday with
Ben
Derbyshire.
Gibbon.
It didn't work. Well, it worked to a degree, and they actually took the wicket of Ben Gibbon off a no ball. Saranga Lakmal, his 5th no ball of the innings. And they added another 75 runs after that, which was particularly galling.
Isn't that a record partnership?
At Derby.
At Derby, yeah.
10th wicket, yeah.
And here is Gibbon again. Aitchison is in the air, but it's safe, and it bounces through to Tongue again at mid-on, and that's the end of Gibbon's over. As Waite, that is, doing a few, maybe trying to capture the attention of Captain D'Oliveira there in front of us, doing a few pretend going through his action. As the score 325 for 7. Derbyshire, the lead is 173. Aitchison yet to score off 8 deliveries since the wicket of Zach Chappell, and deploy on 82 off 110 balls.
Yeah, I think we'll see Matthew Waite next over from the racecourse end. He's back on the field after going off for his bowling boots. Leach begins a new over to deploy down the leg side, and Roderick can't take this one. He deflects it out to backward square leg, where Waite does the fielding.
Yeah, Roderick standing up to Leach, exactly how he got the wicket of the right-handed Zach Chappell. I don't really fancy, if I'm a keeper, missing anything that Joe Leach sends down here. I think it's a brave man being there. The keepers are always brave, aren't they, Fletch?
Stupid.
Yeah,
I think
that's the other word for it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the correct one. Leach is into bowl to Aitchison, who gets a thickish outside edge on that, out to Adam Hose in the covers. Mick Wood's been on Twitter thinking a draw likely at the end of the day, question mark. Well, no, I think that's the least likely.
There's a lot of overs to be bowled, isn't there?
Yeah.
Still left today.
What are the new points for such a result, he says, as if we haven't mentioned them enough. It's down from 8 to 5 for a draw to try to persuade teams to go for the victory, and I think it's a good idea. So just 5 points on top of the bonus points for a draw, as Leach is in and bowls to Aitchison, who pushes this one out into Azhar Ali, who's come in at a short, mid-off, short cover.
Yeah, just been moved there, isn't he?
Yeah, that kind of thing. They're now asking...
helmet, I think, is it? There.
No, he's asking Gibbon to move around at long leg down to our left. They have asked for a helmet now. Gareth Roderick just doing the universal sign for he needs a helmet. I'm surprised they're letting him field there without one, in all honesty, as Leach is in, and that one is driven straight back to him, and he's dropped it. He's dropped it. Ben Aitchison dropped on naught by the bowler, Joe Leach, off his own bowling. How on earth has he not taken that?
Well, it was there, wasn't it, to be taken? Spooned up to him. It just sat up, spooned up by Aitchison and Leach. Don't know if it kind of caught him unaware slightly in his follow-through. He ended up going 2 hands up to his left-hand side at a very catchable height, but in and out.
No idea how he's missed that. And this next ball is driven by Ben Aitchison up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. Joe Leach looks a little bit sheepish at the moment, and I'm not surprised. You would expect him to catch that 99 times out of 100. He didn't have to change direction. He was just at the end of his follow-through, and it was played straight back to him.
And it not hit either particularly firmly either, Fletcher, was it? Because it looped up as well, so it's not like it was hammered back at Leach.
Then it went up in the air, and it was almost caught on the rebound, but Leach is in again. Ball's to Aitchison, who misses this one outside the off-stump. Bale's whipped off by Roderick. Aitchison hadn't left his ground. He survives another delivery.
Quick hands. Very quick hands again with Roderick.
He's decent. Aitchison, 13 deliveries and yet to get off the mark. Had a let-off as well. Deploy 82. 326 for 7, Derbyshire. Their lead is 174, and the two batsmen having a fairly lengthy conversation in the middle of the pitch. And in fact, we're going to see...
Is that Josh Tongue, I think,
it is Josh Tongue, excellent. We're going to see Josh Tongue come on to bat. He needs to put this ball in the right place, which he hasn't done too many times in this game so far, sadly for him.
Yeah, tall, very tall in fact, might be one of the tallest Worcestershire players out there, 24 on his back. Coming against the captain, Deploy, just taking the 1 wicket in the match so far as the 25-year-olds. Tongue coming from around the wicket now to Deploy and angles it in, and it's off his hip by Deploy down to the square leg fielder, which is Jack Haynes, and here they take a single there, moving the score onto 327 for 7. The lead 175, the first time we've seen Josh Tongue today. He spent the winter with the England Lions in Sri Lanka. Looked pretty decent there as well. Took 8 wickets in the equivalent of a test match which was played. Came through the Worcestershire youth setup too. Takes his wickets 24 and a bit as Tongue comes in again. He's changed the angle, come from over, and it's down the outside off stump, and this time Aitchison has nothing to do with it. I'm going to disappear from my update, Fletch.
Absolutely. Alex will be back fairly shortly. He goes Tongue again, third delivery of this over. Bowls to Aitchison, who plays and misses outside the off stump. Goes through to keeper Roderick. Just needs to settle here, Ben Aitchison. Two slips for Worcestershire. This one's lofted up towards mid-on by Ben Aitchison, and he has been caught by Ben Gibbon. A fairly tame dismissal in the end for Aitchison, caught comfortably by Gibbon at mid-on. And Josh Tongue has his first wicket of the second innings. And Ben Aitchison goes for a 16-ball duck. At Derbyshire are 327 for 8 now. And they lead by 175. So 2 wickets in quick succession change the complexion of this game a little bit. The stumping of Zach Chappell and that catch at mid-off, just a looping shot. Ben Gibbon held onto it comfortably. Derbyshire 327 for 8 with Sam Connors walking out to the middle to join his skipper, who's just 17 away from a century. Update for Radio Derby coming up. They've just lost 2 quick wickets as well, Wesley. 327 for 8 now. The men out. Zach Chappell stumped by Gareth Roderick. Ball down the leg side from Joe Leach. He made 45 and added 89 for the 7th wicket with Lewis deploy. And a moment ago, Ben Aitchison caught by Ben Gibbon at mid-on off the bowling of Josh Tongue. He had a 16-ball dug. Sam Connors has gone out to join Lewis deploy, who's at 83 not out. Much depends on him now. Derbyshire 327 for 8, leading by 175. Missed no action because Sam Connors has made his way out to the middle to replace Ben Aitchison. And Josh Tongue now has figures of 2 for more than 200. He'd be feeling slightly better about life. Not sure whether the ball stopped on Aitchison or not. That was certainly the impression you got. He didn't really commit to the shot. And now Connors waits as Tongue bowls to him and he's beaten him. Ball goes through to the keeper. Looks a different game. After the dismissal of Zach Chappell, it's looked a completely different game with the numbers 9, 10 and Saranga Lakmal at 11 still to come out there in the middle.
Yeah, 2 quick wickets there, wasn't it? And that one almost kind of a little bit like how the ball stopped on Aitchison when Leach dropped him as well. I know it was obviously a higher ball and well caught by Ben Gibbon over his right-hand shoulder, but the second time that Aitchison had done that.
Yes, this next one is driven by Sam Connors, not with any real force though, and it's fielded by Gibbon at a straight mid-on, but he survived the final 2 balls of the over. Sam Connors deploys 17 away from a century, 327 for 8. The lead's 175. It probably needs to be another 50. Whether or not the final 2 wickets can add those 50 runs remains to be seen. And how Lewis deploy will go about this now, whether he'll trust Sam Connors to keep an end up while he tries to score. If he'll turn down singles, which is always a horrible thing to watch.
Yeah, you'd expect
sort of
him.
understandable.
Yeah, he's got to accelerate now, hasn't he? I mean, it didn't work with Aitchison. It did with Chappell. Obviously, they had put on a tidy partnership as now Leach is in to the Derbyshire captain. Over the wicket, and it's just hit on his leg sides.
They're going to turn down singles early in overs.
Yeah, it's boundaries or 2s. They're here for Derbyshire, and it needs to be really. They're just over the first hour of play. Still loads of time left in this one. So it's one of these 2 you'd think is going to pick up the 16 points for the win as Leach in again from the City end. Past the umpire and bowls it Fuller. And just outside deploys off stump. The bail's again whipped off by Roderick. He likes doing that, and why not? It's how he dismisses Zach Chappell down the leg side. This time it was down the offside, and deploy safely in his grounds. And Roderick hammers in the stumps with the help of the umpire, but he's got very quick hands as the keeper. And deploy on 83 as the square leg umpire goes back to the position, and Leach will resume. Roderick, there's a slip in place 2 as Leach now comes in to bowl, this time just on his legs and just prodded, and a long trip from sort of long on position for the fielder.
D'Oliveira, wasn't it?
D'Oliveira, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Fletch. Relying on your new pair of specs to
I've been watching them for the past 3 days as well, which always also helps. Don't worry about that.
As he's just on a conversation with Leach, they're looking at what to do with the field. There is a man out on the offside boundary, and there's also 2, although one of them now is coming in from sort of a deep point and coming into slip as Pollock goes out of slip onto the leg side. A short mid-wicket. As Leach now is happy. There's also there's no one down. There must be someone down by, but yes, there is. There is a third man. As Leach is in again and bowls, and he lofts it over the top of his head. Does the paddle shots, does deploy, and it's one bounce. And to the boundary for 4. Stepped outside the line and hooked it over his shoulder, and it moves him onto 87.
Well, these two have happy memories of batting together at Trent Bridge in 2020 in the COVID season. The first game in August, they batted together and put an awful lot on, and Sam Connors, I think, finished on 5 not out. They added the thick end of 100 runs.
Was that his first game, Connors? Was it? Or was his first season with the?
He might have played before
early,
that, but yeah, early in his career certainly. And Deploy played some funky shots in that game.
Well, there could well be more here as Leach now comes in. This one's just a more conventional. Pads it down to Jake Libby.
He needs to single off this delivery though.
Yeah, this is the final ball. The over the field in. Yeah, here comes the man off the boundary. Gibbon in to close up the options, and so too does Waite. Comes into 2 men behind the keeper now. Very fine goes Waite on the short, fine leg.
Almost a back
Very,
stop,
yes, he is, isn't he? Yeah, it's gone very fine to the to Roderick as Leach comes in again, and it's just pushed on the offside there by Deploy. 1 bounce. It was fielded and palmed around by Libby round the corner, and there was no run, crucially, for Derbyshire, so they'll be able to keep the pressure on and have Sam Connors facing the next over from Josh Tongue.
He did his best to try and force it away, didn't he? There are singles out there because it's such a long boundary square that even if it rolls towards it, you can just take the single and be happy with it. But yeah, disappointing that he is disappointed, I think, that he couldn't get the single there. Yes, Sussex closing in on victory over Durham. 41 runs required now. They're still 5 down, 190 for 5. Yorkshire bat on, 252 for 6 now, lead by 354. That's probably enough. Josh Tongue in to bowl to Sam Connors, who gets 4 runs from a leave. I'll explain fully in a moment, but he has got 4 runs and he's off the mark. He was trying to leave that ball. It hit the full face of the bat, went straight into the ground and down to third man. Involuntary shot, really, from Sam Connors. 335 for 8 now, the lead 183.
Best way to get off the mark for Sam Connors. Really. I think they ended up middling it, trying to get his bat out of the way.
Complete fluke. Gloucestershire 402 for 5, now leading Glamorgan by 163 at Sophia Gardens. Tongue in again, and that one is driven. That's a nice shot from Sam Connors, and for the nice shot you get no run because Ben Gibbon comes around from mid-on to do the fielding. Connors has got a couple of shots these days, not many, but he can hold an end up.
Well, as long as he keeps doing leaving and getting in middle in it, then I think that will that might do the trick.
Could be the future. He waits now. Tongue bowls to him, a short delivery, just leans back and allows it to go through to Gareth Roderick. Lancashire, who need 450 something to win against Surrey at 54 without loss. They need another 390 at Old Trafford. I think the draw would be the best Lancashire could get out of that one. Northampton lead Kent by 211. They're 316 for 8 second time around. As in goes Tongue again, and that one's wide of the off stump and left alone by Sam Connors. A proper leave this time, didn't get any bat on it. Middlesex hurtling towards defeat at Lords against Essex. They're 83 for 6. In 43 overs, they need another 225 if they're going to win, which clearly they're not. You wouldn't have thought. And Warwickshire 318 for 5 in their first innings. They lead Somerset by 34. They lost a day there as Tongue bowls, and that one keeps low, very low outside the off stump, goes through to Roderick, who basically blocks it, couldn't take it cleanly. That will encourage Sam Connors, who will be bowling at some point this afternoon. now that we are into the afternoon. Still in the morning session, of course. Another 50 minutes or so. 1 o'clock tea, 20 to 4. 1 o'clock lunch, 20 to 4 tea. And then the final hour to come. Will we get that far? Possibly not. Tongue over the wicket to Connors, who drives and is edging that to first slip. That's a poor shot from Sam Connors, really. An aggressive shot. And he looks to the skies. And it's a catch for Ed Pollock at first slip. And Derbyshire are now 9 down and on the brink of having to go out there and try to win the game, because it is going to be a win situation, a win or loss situation. Connors goes for 4 off 7. And Josh Tongue has a second wicket. He's now picked up 2 in this innings, 2 for 93 for him. Connors out for 4.
Yeah, didn't need to do that, did he? Leaving the bat hanging outside off stump, just playing at it. Could have easily been left alone, that one. And yeah, Connors there trying to get quick runs, really. But he doesn't need to do that, because he needs to support his captain deployed down the other end, who now 3 wickets have come and gone with him, still in the 80s. 3 wickets left. He's only moved on to 87 in that time. But a good wicket for Josh Tongue. Now his second. He'll be happy, just coming the 1 wicket before his spell starting today. He's picked up 2 quick ones, both caught, and that will do him a load of confidence. And that lead, you'd think, is not enough. 183 Derbyshire, as Saranga Lakmal makes his way out to the middle.
Yes.
Smart catch though in the slips by Pollock. You'd mind you'd hope that he wouldn't drop those. So safe hands from Ed Pollock, the opening bat, who will be you'd think coming out very shortly to help chase down this total for the pairs.
Yeah, that was just poor from Sam, really. Too hard at it. As you say, really ought to have been supporting Lears deployed. The good news is, and it is good news, it was the last ball of the over. So Lears deployed will be on strike, 13 away from a century, I expect. Look at the field.
I was going to say the field is spread. You couldn't, Fletch, get it more spread than this, I don't think. Every man back on the boundary. This is fantastic. And one of those is Azhar Ali down in front of us at just a deep back stop, really, behind keeper Roderick. That will be because of that paddle over his head that Deploy did in the last Leach over, as here comes Leach to Deploy. It's just on his leg and he pushes it, and that's... If you trusted Lakmal, you'd have got an easy single there, but he doesn't. And Brett D'Oliveira comes in from the long-on boundary to collect it and turns and heads back as well. Gosh, I'm not sure I've seen a field like this in a while. And there's lots of gaps still if he can pierce the fielders on the boundary. As Leach comes in now to deploy, and it's off his back foot down to the deep points, who takes a tumbling stop to his right-hand side. And again, obviously, turning down the single. That's Jake Libby down there in front of the boundary. So 2 balls, 2 dots for Deploy. Where are these runs going to come from for Derbyshire then?
Well, he's going to have to hit it straight back down the ground, really, isn't he? That's about his best chance, I would suggest.
Leach turns and in he comes to Deploy, who just plays it on the front foot, and it's through to the keeper, Roderick.
Blackmell's got a first-class batting average of 11.
As high as that?
Yeah, absolutely.
That does
and a
surprise
high
me.
score of 58 not out, which I'd love to have seen.
Yeah.
Only the 150, though. So Deploy's probably right.
I wonder when that was, though. That might have been a while ago.
Could have been 15 years ago, couldn't it?
Yeah. His batting... I don't think it's come on since then.
I could try to find out, but he'd probably be out by the time I did.
Leach now to Deploy. It's down on his legs and it's into the offside. And they do collect that single. Still 2 balls left then. So a single off the 4th ball of the over for Deploy, who moves on to 88. And Lakmal will face 2 balls of this Leach over and his first ones as well in this second innings for Derbyshire, who lead by 184 at the county ground. The field now all pretty much coming in apart from third, which is Matthew Waite down in front of us on the boundary. 2 slips. Again, quite fine for Lackmal as Leach comes in and bowls, and Lackmal does play and get a inside edge onto it. And it rolls onto the offside, where it's picked up by Azhar Ali.
Yeah, not the most convincing defensive shot I've seen either, really.
No, he probably didn't have that half century in mind playing that defensive shot there.
Kept it
Did
out.
he? Dig deep, Saranga. Remember those memories of that half century that you've got, your 1 half century. As Leach now in for the final ball of the over, up to Lackmal. It's full, and Lackmal just gets something on it. Anything will do. He does keep it out, though, and he successfully negotiates the end, those 2 balls of the Joe Leach over. 336 for 9, Derbyshire leading by 184. The captain, Deploy, still in the 80s on 88 of 122, and Lackmal yet to score. That partnership won the last wicket. Connors needlessly prodding out one outside the off stump. He went for 4. 184, the lead for Derbyshire in the morning session here on the final day at the county ground, and Josh Tongue will continue from the racecourse end.
It'd be a good effort if Deploy gets to his century here, in all honesty.
Well, if he does, that's going to be, 12 more, so that's going to be 200.
Which would be nice. Get to
For Derbyshire, yes.
200.
Yes.
Not sure they will. Sussex now need 14 runs, but they're 8 down.
Yeah.
8 down. And Yorkshire declared on 286 for 8. They set Leicestershire 389 to win. They need another 361. They're not going to do that. Tongue around the wicket, bowls to Deploy, turns it into the leg side, declines the run, as you might expect. Gloucestershire are now 200 in front. They're 205 runs ahead of Glamorgan at 444 for 6 second time round, which is remarkable because they were 165 all out in their first innings, batting at 2 and over. It looked fairly difficult to bat early on down at Sophia Gardens. It's clearly eased a little bit. 336 for 9 here as Deploy drives down the ground, but Matthew Waite comes in off the boundary to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, just the 1 wicket for Glamorgan today. Graham Van Buren moving on to in 62 there. So, yeah, that lead ticking along for Gloucestershire. And the field spread again for Deploy.
As Tongue around the wicket bowls too. He turns it into the leg side again. Declines the run. Brett D'Oliveira is halfway to the boundary by the time he fields it, but he's coming off the boundary to do so. Deploy 10 fours in his 88. But a good knock from the Derbyshire skipper in his first game as club captain. He did stand in 3 matches last season. And he waits now as Tongue bowls to him, and he pulls this one around the corner down towards fine leg. The single is taken. There's a chance for 2 there, but Azhar Ali's misfield, it bounced off his knee. Usually bounces off his hands, Azhar Ali, but that one bounced off his knee. They did take the single. Deploy moves to 89. The lead's 185, 337 for 9, and Saranga Lackmal will have 2 more deliveries to keep out.
Yeah, if he can, as he did in the last over by Joe Leach. But really, it's sort of about its boundaries, really, isn't it? That the Derbyshire need here, just to, because any ball's got Lackmal's name on it.
11 runs required for Deploy to get to his century. I'm sure that's not what he's thinking about, but if he's going to get there, it'll take him beyond lunch to get there at the current rate. Tongue over the wicket to Saranga Lackmal, who's beaten on the inside of his bat, in between bat and pad, remarkably.
And offering very little shot there, really. Just kind of, again, just had the bat out at an angle.
45 degrees to the ground, wasn't it? That's no way to bat.
No footwork, and lucky to survive, really. Yeah. Yes, if you're doing a batting masterclass, I suggest look away. Don't look at what Lackmal is up to out there.
No.
Not with the batters. He had his long career with the ball in hand, 2nd most Test wickets for Sri Lanka.
Fielder's spread, offering Lackmal the single, which he will decline if he gets the bat on ball, which he does.
Better.
Pushes it out to point. End of the over, 1 from it. surprisingly enough. And 337 for 9, the score. Deploy on 89. Lackmal's faced those 4 deliveries and is unlikely ever to get off the mark. Derbyshire's lead is 185. It's going to be one of the great not outs for Saranga Lackmal.
What do you think Derbyshire will? I mean, I was going to say what will they want, but they want whatever they can get now, won't they? But what do you think that they'll sort of try and be more comfortable in defending?
I'd have thought in excess of 200. Certainly, I was thinking 220, 230.
Yeah, at the start of the day. And Leach now into Deploy, who works it into the leg side. The man comes rushing in from the boundary. Out there is Ed Pollock. Again, as you'd expect, the field nice and spread for the Derbyshire captain. Fielders everywhere you look. Josh Tongue now has the responsibility of the deep backstop on the boundary. And Leach will turn at the top of his mark and come in to Deploy, who waits, bat raised. Here's Leach. And Deploy thought about going for a single, then he looked at the other end and realised it was Lackmal and decided not to. And Roderick will run round from the keeper position where he's standing up to collect it on the offside.
The other thing it's doing, of course, is taking time out of the game. 74 overs remaining, including this one from Joe Leach. And 2 would be knocked off for the change of innings. And the more time they can take out of the game, the better as well. So it's not an entirely futile piece of cricket.
Leach to Deploy off the back, drives it all the way down to long off, who will run in and collect it, and again declines to take the single. Yeah, I suppose you sort of do anything you can, don't you, at this stage if you're Derbyshire, just to take that time out to try and put the pressure back on Worcestershire, who'll be relatively comfortable or calm in their minds, trying to chase anything around where we are now, which is 185 the lead for Derbyshire. And Leach is in again to Deploy, who again stabs it down and will take that single. And it's the same thing that happened in each of the past 2 overs, in that they will get a single with 2 balls left of the over to Lackmal to see out. He still on 0. And they're going to change the field as the sun just passes behind the clouds at the moment. There's a smattering of supporters in here for the final day of this opening county championship clash between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. And there will be a winner today unless something remarkable happens.
It's going to have to rain for there not to be a winner here.
There's plenty of blue sky away to our right-hand side, so I don't think any rain dance will help today for Derbyshire. Joe Leach marshalling his fields, brings in the man on the offside to short extra cover as Leach is in now, and Lackmal gets behind it and defends it back. Those 2 slips, Fletch, are incredibly fine, aren't they? Yeah. Again, it's Pollock there and Jack Haynes.
Close together as well. They have been close together, the slip fielders, for both sides throughout this match. It must be, there is clearly a method behind that particular madness, but I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, and not much. They have to be certain who's going for what sides between the 2 of them as they settle hands on their knees, and Leach and Lackmal, and it hits the pads, does it? The umpire's not interested. Perhaps going down. And the end of the over, Lackmal just about manages to stay in, and Derbyshire 338 for 9. That lead is 186, deploying 90. He's 10 away from his first 100 of the season.
2 batsmen just punch gloves. Liz Deploy saying, well done.
Well done,
well done, Surra. That's another 2 balls you faced. He's faced 6.
He's doing them in 2s, isn't he? Yeah. Each over, two at a time.
Over. 338 for 9. Deploy on 90. The lead 186 as Josh Tongue goes in around the wicket and balls to Deploy, turns this into the leg side. Now then, they're going for runs here. I think there's 2. There are 2. Excellent work. Deploy moves to 92. He's placed that one perfectly in between the man down at a wide, fine leg and the man at square leg, both on the boundary. Everybody's on the boundary, just apart from the bowler and the keeper. Just imagine that everybody's on the boundary. In fact, the keeper at the moment has to come down the pitch to throw the ball back to Josh Tong because there's nobody else to throw it to within 40, 50 yards of the bowler.
Yeah, that was a case of head down sprint, wasn't it, for the batters there to ensure they could come back for the second.
92 for deploy. Tong is in again and bowls. This one is guided down to third man, but straight to Joe Leach, and therefore the single is declined. Sussex edging closer. They need 7, but they're still 8 down. There'll always be 8 down. They might be 9 down and all out, but so not all results are possible. A draw isn't, clearly. Win for either side and the tie. Here is Josh Tong in again, around the wicket, bowls to deploy, defends this one. Back down the ground. Matthew Waite races in from long on to do the fielding.
Yeah, Ollie Carter going well there. He's the keeper. 25 for Sussex as they edge towards that total. Must be tense down there between...
Only need 3 now. They'll be all right.
They'll be all right. It's in the bag.
Martin Emerson back by train later on this evening. In comes Tong again, and it's pushed out into the offside quite firmly. Adam Hose goes around to do the fielding, and they do take the single because it was the 4th delivery of the over. Deploy moves to 93, 341 for 9. Derbyshire's lead up to 189, and Deploy just goes down to remind Sura what his job is here. Keep these 2 balls out, and we'll move on to the next over.
2 at a time for the number 11.
He's done a pretty good job for his skipper so far. Can they keep these last 2 out as well? Tong over the wicket, bowls to him, short ball, ducks underneath it through to Roderick. I don't think he'd mind 2 short deliveries, actually. Good shout. I'm glad you remembered this time because I'd forgotten. Updates coming up fairly shortly. I'd convinced myself that the updates would be when, not a problem, would be when we were in between innings. But update coming up with Dean in about 45 seconds time, so that's good. Tong is in and bowls, and Lakmal keeps that one out. And there's no run. 341 for 9. Update coming up. Dean, it's 341 for 9 now, Derbyshire, and we've got the interesting situation out here where Leas Deploy is 7 away from a century, and the number 11 batsman Saranga Lakmal is at the other end. So when Deploy is on strike, the fielders are all standing on the boundary offering him a single because they want to bowl at Lakmal, and they're declining runs. We saw a 2 in the last over. That was a moment of high excitement over the last quarter of an hour or so because every other run had been taken on the 4th ball of the over, and it had been a single to Leas Deploy. He's doing a remarkable job for his team, the new skipper. They did lose Sam Connors soon after Ben Aitchison a few moments ago, and that means that at 9 down, Derbyshire on the brink of having to bowl Worcestershire out. They're going to have to bowl them out cheaply as well, because at 341 for 9, with Deploy on 93, Derbyshire's lead is just 189. Of course. What has cricket and grow your own got in common? I've absolutely no idea. Yes, to a degree, yes. Yeah, very good. You must try harder next time, though, with these riddles, because I'm not entirely sure anybody would have got that one. Cheers, Dean. Cheers. What have cricket and grow your own got in common? And apparently the answer is stumps, because they grow stump carrots and we have stumps. That was possibly the worst riddle I think I've ever heard in my life. Well done to the Potty Plotters. They're over with Dean Jackson on BBC Radio Derby at the moment. Here we're concentrating on the cricket. They have taken the single, and they've taken it off the 2nd ball of the over, have they? Seems a bit early. Deploy's moved to 94, 342. Yeah, the second ball of the over. That's interesting. 342 for 9. So it means that Saranga Lakmal is going to be a little bit exposed, I would suggest. Here comes Joe Leach again, bowling from the City end, bowling to Saranga Lakmal. In and bowls to him, and he keeps that one out by defending it back towards the bowler. Fairly comfortably in the end. No run is taken, of course. But they've gone early in this over. Too early. There are still 2 deliveries to go, and he's already faced 2, so he's now up to 10 deliveries that he's kept out. Sura, the former Sri Lankan Test player, gave up retired from Test cricket to take up a 2-year contract at Derbyshire. This is his 2nd season, and he faces this next delivery and tries an expansive-looking shot. Drive up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Brett D'Oliveira, and just for a moment, that looked like it might go horribly wrong, and Lewis Deploy just takes a few steps down the pitch and says, hang on a minute, that's enough of that. I'm 6 away from a century, and Derbyshire, leading by 190, need at least, you would have thought, another 30 runs, but if they can get beyond 200, they will give themselves an opportunity. There will be fewer than 70 overs left in the day's play. That one is defended by Saranga Lakmal beautifully. That's more like it. Over comes to an end. Just the 1 run from it. Sussex have beaten Durham, incidentally, by 2 wickets. Derbyshire 342 for 9 now. Saranga Lakmal has survived 12 deliveries, 4 in that over for his naught not out. Lewis Deploy is on 94, and the lead is 190. So they'd be pushing it up to 3 runs and over. If they can get beyond 200, it'll be over around about that 3 runs and over mark. And if the bowlers can get it right, they can build a bit of pressure on the Worcestershire batsmen. Who knows? But still a way to go yet.
That sounds far too optimistic for you, Fletch.
I think that you've got to be. Somebody suggested it's anti-Bazball at the moment, which is a very good thought.
Well, aside from that, Deploy hook over his shoulder. That was something out of the Bazball playbook. And he defends the first ball of Josh Tongue's next over down to long on the boundary with the sunglasses on there. That is Gibbon. And Deploy 94, 6 runs away then from that ton as Tongue is in. He bowls round the wicket to Deploy, who's just squared up but manages to force it away onto the leg side. The man comes running in from the boundary and they do scamper through for 1. He's clearly trusting Saranga Lakmal. The trust is growing in his number 11. He's going to have 4 more to face in this over. He did it 2s and now it's 4s.
I think he's misjudged it again. He thought there was 2 there, but there wasn't. Saranga Lakmal isn't the sharpest between the wickets either.
I wonder if that's what he's just saying to him there. Maybe be a bit more on your toes, because the batters did have a discussion there in between the ball as Brett D'Oliveira gives it back to his tall, rangy, fast bowler, Josh Tongue, and the man comes in from 3rd. And in fact, they're going to swap over Azarali, I think that is. And Hose goes the other way to sort of fourth slip. He's in there now as Tongue comes in and bowls, and it's through. Lakmal, beat him all ends up, didn't hit the stumps, didn't get an edge, went through everything, and Roderick holds the pose as he collects the ball low, but nothing came of that one, but everything could have came of it there. Lakmal, he survives.
Didn't bounce either.
Yeah, kept low.
That's promising.
That one. Promising indeed for a Derbyshire perspective. Is the pitch going to do anything on this 4th and final day at the county ground? As Azhar Ali's going to come under the helmet at short leg, which he puts on now. And Tongue's got the ball in his hands. He's up against Lakmal. 3 balls for the Sri Lankan to survive this over. As Tongue comes in, bowls, it spears it in. But Lakmal in behind it and firmly defends. That one was more solid from Lakmal. As wait again, he's trying to get the attention of his captain. Might come in for a quick spell if he's a quick few overs if he's needed before the lunch break. Just going through the motions is the all-rounder, number 6 on his back, yet to bowl this morning. The man with the ball in hand, Josh Tongue, has picked up a couple of the wickets to fall. He's got 2 for 98 as Tongue, as he's in again over the wicket again. And that one, is it plumb in front of the stumps? It is. Josh Tongue wheels away in celebration. He pins Suranga Lakmal on his crease, just above his ankles. Gorgeous delivery, speared in, way too good for the number 11 for Derbyshire, and he trudges off, having made a duck off 15 balls. And Deploy, the captain, is left stranded, 95 not out. His tail enders couldn't help him get over the line this morning. He's stranded on 95. Derbyshire 343 all outs, but the crucial figure in all of this is that Derbyshire lead by 191 runs in the morning session. So those wickets have fallen. It took just over an hour and a half this morning for Worcestershire to do so. The final one coming from Josh Tongue, who picks up 3 for his 98, and the players will trudge off as the roller comes out.
And we'll take a break.
And we'll take a break,
We will indeed. 343 all out. Then Derbyshire set 192 for Worcestershire to win this game. And I've just done a quick calculation. There will be 68 overs, I think, left in the day's play. And it means it's less than 3 an over, which is disappointing. About 2.8 an over is the required rate, so that shouldn't be a problem. Derbyshire will have to take 10 wickets if they're going to get out of this game with anything other than a defeat. See you shortly. In and balls to Reed. and balls to read. We're back. We're back for the chase. The denouement, as they say in Germany. Derbyshire have set Worcestershire 192 to win off 68 overs. I was going to say a minimum of 68 overs, but if it gets close to them winning, then it'll be 68 overs exactly. And if Derbyshire are close to winning, it might be a few more as they hurry through the overs. But that's you get the drift. It's that kind of thing. 2.8 and over is the required rate, which shouldn't be a problem at all. And I'd have a bit more sympathy with Lewis Deploy for not getting to his century if he could count. He gave
yes, if he'd given Lackmal less balls on offer.
Lackmal far too many deliveries in the last 2 overs of that innings.
It started so promisingly with their partnership. Well, 2 off it, and then, went pear-shaped from there.
Here is Lackmal bowling to Ed Pollock, and Pollock just guides this out into the offside, fielded by Anujdahl. And there is no run, so it'll be Saranga Lackmal from the city end, as it is. And it'll be Ben Aitchison, I would imagine, from the racecourse end to open up for Derbyshire.
Neither of whom in their captain's best books after that Derbyshire innings. So they'll be looking to try and put a bit of a smile back on his face.
I'm not sure you can entirely blame the tail-end batsman. Yeah. Lackmal on his way in. Left-handed Pollock, of course, who smashes this away for 4 runs to backward point. It was in the air for a short while, but not for very long, and it's reached the boundary now. And Worcestershire up and running. And this is the way Ed Pollock plays. This could be over very quickly if they don't get Ed Pollock out. He's got Worcestershire off the mark. 4 without loss.
Yeah, he's a darter, isn't he? A bit of a flasher is Ed Pollock, definitely. A white ball specialist before the past couple of seasons, and he's got a 3-year deal with Worcestershire now.
Man at backward point, and his Doll's just moved a little bit further back as around the wicket comes Lackmell and bowls, and he flays this out to the point boundary as well. 4 more. And this game will be over.
There we go again.
By the middle of the afternoon at this rate. Very, very quickly indeed. 8 without loss in the first over, chasing 192 to win. It's a good start.
Yeah, very good start for Ed Pollock there. Sat up for him both deliveries from Lackmell, and just the flashing blade of Pollock through exactly the same region. And that's the ideal start for the pairs now. 183.
It's a difficult conundrum for Lewis to play, because he has to attack, but he also has to defend, and it's not an easy thing to do that. As Saranga Lackmell bowls, that's better. Pollock forced to push the ball back to the bowler, and there's no run. But the damage in this over already been done with those 2 boundaries. Pollock up and running in the Worcestershire second innings.
Yeah. 22 in the first.
That's what I was trying to
Ed
find,
Pollock. I heard the rustle of papers and went, yeah, Fletcher's looking for what he got.
Mounds
what he got
of
the
paper.
first
Yeah,
innings.
no chance of finding it. He waits, Pollock. Bat level with the pitch. Oh, there he goes again with the dashing shot. This time he gets a bottom edge on it. It bounces into the ground past the stumps and through to the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest. So he will give you a chance, I think it's fair to say, Ed Pollock.
Yes, he absolutely he will do. Just played the 18 first-class matches before this one. Averages just under 32. But as we say, it's with the white ball that he's made his fame.
Faces this next delivery and almost falls over as he plays it up to mid-on, where Lewis Deploy is waiting. Worcestershire's previous highest score, successful run chase here at Derby, 126 for 5 in 1973. So they would break a record if they were to win this one, Worcestershire. Their own record, that is, obviously. But different times.
That's what they're there for.
Different times. The old scoreboard's packed up by the look of it.
Yes. Has it been misbehaving all match?
Yeah,
right,
okay. Throughout the game.
Not just me being here then.
No,
At least
no,
that's something then.
No, it's an old thing. Jane looks exasperated next door, the Derbyshire scorer. And quite right too, because it's just a mess over there now.
And the ball will be taken from the racecourse end by Aitchison. And Libby waits on strike. Couple of slips in, just in behind that. Says no to the run as it goes down to mid-on. Ball back in the hands of Guess now. So yeah, a couple of slips in for the tall Ben Aitchison. 23 years of age he is. Made his Derbyshire debut, I think, back in 2020. Came through, did a bit of the youth setup at Lancashire. Not too far from here now, as he's got the ball back in his hand. The right armour coming over the wicket now. Aitchison in, bowls. It's Fuller, but straight onto the bat of Libby, who just comes forward and rehearses the shots again. Worcestershire 8 without loss. Those 2 fours off the opening Ed Pollock over. These two will complement each other very nicely, Pollock and Libby. The dasher against the more experienced Libby, who got over 1,000 runs 2 seasons ago, as it's Fuller by Aitchison. And Libby gets his bat down and pokes it out onto the offsides, where the ball will be shone by Zach Chappell. Back to his fellow bowler, Aitchison now. And Libby takes charge.
You carry on, and I'm going to do an update, but you can carry on commentating and I can update BBC Radio Derby. It's clever, this.
Oh, this
you
is
carry on.
This is interesting for the for the listener. Goodness me, lots of tech. I didn't realise Fletch was so adept at all his technical behaviour, but he is. So here we go then, the field in, 2 slips, points, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket there. There's a very short sort of silly mid-off wicket. Next right on the strip there as Aitchison comes in. It's driven down the ground nicely by Libby. The fielder dives but can only palm it round the corner, and it will make its way all the way down to the boundary for the third 4 of the Worcestershire innings. The first off the bats of Jake Libby as they move on to 12 without loss now. 1 ball left of the second over, but it's been a rocketing start for the away side, for the pairs here, as Aitchison pushes his men back on the leg sides. But a confident start from these two, Pollock and Libby, as Libby again facing Aitchison. Last ball of the over, and it's full and it's driven, but only as far as the man at cover, and it's picked up there and thrown back into the hands of the keeper, which is Brooke Guest, ducking his second innings. So 2 overs gone here then in Worcestershire's reply. They need 192. They're 12 without loss. 3 4s. They're doing it all in boundaries, Fletch, at the moment. Pollock on 8 and Libby on 4.
Yes. It hasn't started as well as they might have hoped for Derbyshire. I'm sure that Liz Deploy will ring the changes. He's got Sam Connors and Zach Chappell, who picked up a 5-er on debut in the first innings, so I think we'll see them before too long as Saranga Lakmal begins a new over, and that one is guided just past where third slip would have been, in the air as well, by Ed Pollock for 4 more. 16 without loss in the third over, and they are absolutely flying here. Worcestershire and Derbyshire need to do something about it, but they can't really put everybody out because, well, they're not going to restrict them over the course of these remaining 65 overs and 5 balls to claim a draw. They have to attack, but in attacking, they're going to leave gaps, and there was a big gap there.
And if there's a man who's going to exploit it in this Worcestershire lineup, it is going to be Ed Pollock. All his 4s come in the point to third region.
Lakmal bowls 2, and he pushes this out into the extra cover region, and this time it's fielded by Billy Godman in his floppy sun hat. And they go through for a single, the first single of the innings, 17 without loss. They need a further 174. We're 5 minutes away from the lunch interval. Derbyshire would have hoped to have nicked one out in this brief session before lunch, but it doesn't look, well, they certainly haven't appeared to be capable of nipping one out yet. Haven't seen the ball go past the bat. So that one edge from Pollock that went down to third man for a boundary. Libby to face Saranga Lakmal for the first time. Lakmal is in bowls 2 and he pushes it out comfortably enough to Anuj Dal, moving around from point to do the fielding. They've now given up on the old scoreboard. They've switched it off.
Oh, yes.
It's completely dead.
Lights out.
It is an X scoreboard. It has ceased to be.
Oh, you got there before me.
I've spotted my oppo. He's standing underneath the deceased scoreboard in a very bright jacket and a bobble hat. As Lakmal is in and bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-on this time by Jake Libby, fielded by Zach Chappell. If I ask him to give me a wave now, he's just spotted that the scoreboard's been switched off. If I ask him to give him a wave now, in 30 seconds' time, Johnny will give me a wave. Well, he might not, because he's not a sort of wavy kind of guy.
He's got his arms very much folded at the moment.
I think he's cold, because it is quite chilly.
It is nippy, isn't it, out there?
It looks as though the ball should do something, but I don't think it's going to in these particular conditions. Lakmal is in again, bowls to Libby, and goes past the edge of the bat for the first time. Now then, that's a bit more promising. There we go. Thank you, Jono. He's just given me a wave. I didn't think he was a wavy kind of person.
Yeah, just moved slightly, that one, from Lakmal away from Libby and through to the hands of Guest. So that's a promising sign if you're a Derbyshire supporter. They need all the help they can get out here on the final day of this Elva Insurance County Championship match.
Blackman, and again, final ball of his over, and this one is a full delivery that's pushed. He was rather falling into the offside there, Jake Libby, and he pushed it up towards Zach Chappell at mid-on. It's the end of the over. This next over might be the last one before lunch. They might sneak a couple in, I don't know, but clock is, yes, I think it will. Clock's tick round to 12:58, so Ben Aitchison's second over is likely to be the last over before lunch, but Worcestershire have made a decent start. 17 without loss. Pollock has 13 of those. Libby has 4.
Yeah, 17 off the 3 overs, 17 off 18 balls. So couldn't be more ideal, really, for Worcestershire. And it will be Aitchison who will pick up the ball at the racecourse end. And he will be up against Ed Pollock, who's just marking out his guard now. 3 slips await alongside Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire keeper. As here comes Aitchison up and bowls, and it just takes an edge, does it? Yes, it does. Out through to Brooke Guest, just nipped away from Pollock, and it's through to the keeper Guest. And we were saying that they needed an early breakthrough, and Derbyshire do have that breakthrough now as Ed Pollock goes edging behind to Brooke Guest off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 13. 3 fours and a single for the opener. He's gone, and Derbyshire have their opening wicket, and with that, they will take lunch. Worcestershire 17 for 1. So, an early breakthrough for the home side there as the players all trudge off the field, but an excellent delivery from Ben Aitchison, just getting it to move away slightly from Ed Pollock, who edges behind. And that's almost the ideal
Perfect
start
for Derbyshire.
there,
Perfect for Derbyshire. Nipped one out before lunch, which is what they'd have been aiming to do. Ed Pollock, who was looking quite ominous as he hit 3 boundaries in his 13. Worcestershire 17 for 1. They lead a further 174 to win from 64 overs and 5 balls. Derbyshire now need 9 wickets as the players leave the field for lunch, and we will be back in about 40 minutes' time. in and balls to Reed. 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 In and balls to Reed.
Please welcome the umpires Neil Benson and Paul Baldwin, and Derbyshire led by Captain Neil Sutton.
Here we go then, the penultimate session here at the Incora County Ground. Ben Aitchison's got his over to finish, of course, having picked up the wicket of Ed Pollock for 13, and it is 17 for 1 Worcestershire, chasing down 192 to win. They need a further 174. Derbyshire now need 9 wickets, and I couldn't get anybody to give me a definitive answer in the written media box when I was in there at lunch as to who they thought would win.
No one's staking their colours to a mast then. Well, let's hope it is as a nip and tuck as they all think then, if there's not going to be an outright winner. But it will be Aitchison to commence or finish off the last. Well, he's got 5 balls left in his over. As Fletch said, getting out Pollock. So it'll be the new batter Azhar Ali, 23 in the first innings, to face Aitchison from the racecourse end. Here he comes, and it's straight down to mid-off from Azhar Ali, and it's collected. And ball polishing commences. Yes, really interesting one. I think a couple of quick wickets here in this afternoon session for Derbyshire, and we could be in for a really, really tight finish here on the final day.
Just got to put some doubt in the Worcestershire batsmen's minds.
Aitchison in again, and it's defended solidly in behind it by Ali. And the sun bathed in the county ground with its rays. A few supporters in here for the final day. If you're not up to anything on this Easter Sunday afternoon, encourage you to come on down for the final, or however long that may be, couple of sessions. As it's now off onto the leg side by Azhar Ali here, get his first run of the innings, playing it out to Lamb on the leg side, and he is off the mark. Libby also alongside him, 42 in the first innings for Jake Libby. He's currently on 4, and Worcestershire requiring 173 then for their opening victory of this first round of county championship fixtures. Aitchison in again, and it's Fuller, and it's driven this time by Libby through the covers, and will be a sliding stop there, running round from mid-off Zach Chappell, and throws it back, and another one to the score. So a couple of runs off this resumption of the over from Ben Aitchison. Just kicks his marker down here at the racecourse end. Billy Godman, this sun hat on, the wide brim cap, throws it to Aitchison, who's in again and up and bowls, and it's left alone by Libby through to the keeper, Burgess, and that will be the end of the over. Worcestershire 24-1. Azhar Ali there on 1, Jake Libby on 6. They need another 171 for victory.
We have a change of bowling as well at the start of the afternoon session with Zach Chappell, 5 wickets in the first innings, 5 for on debut, having signed in the winter from Nottinghamshire. Spent parts of last season on loan at Gloucestershire. He's going to take over from Saranga Lakmal, who bowled 2 overs for 13 before lunch from the City end. So Zach Chappell to take over.
Very tall, Zach Chappell.
He's exceptionally tall, with a very fine haircut. Completely shaven head, Zach Chappell. And a very, very blonde beard. And he bowled nicely in the first innings. He was the solitary member of the 4 seam bowlers, front-line seam bowlers, who didn't bowl a no-ball in the first innings. He's in now, pass umpire Bainton, and goes past the edge of Azhar Ali's bat. First ball, good delivery, really good delivery. Azhar Ali groping for that one outside the off stump.
What a start that was, yeah.
Signs
fantastic delivery.
The signs are good. Can he get 10 in a match on his debut? That would be something.
and give a crucial first win of the season to Derbyshire, potentially, if he does do.
2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, man close in at mid-wicket, that's Billy Godwin, an orthodox mid-wicket and a long leg as Chappell bowls, and he gets bat on ball this time. Azhar Ali plays it out to Matt Lamb in the covers, and there's no run. Ed Pollock, the man out, caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 13. 3 fours and a single in that 13. His intent was there, but then he was dismissed by Aitchison. The ball turned out to be the ball before lunch, the first ball of that Aitchison over. 63 overs after this one to go in the day, and this next one is driven, but he doesn't time that, Azhar Ali, and he plays it straight to Matt Lamb in the covers. The required rate is 2.7 runs and over the course of the remainder of the day, so that's not going to be an issue for Worcestershire. It's just whether Derbyshire can take these 9 wickets or not. I still fancy a tie. Not seen it, well, not many people have seen ties in the county championship, but Derbyshire have had just 1 in their history. That would be something. I've no idea what the points are for a tie, though. In comes Chappell again, and that one hits the bat hard as Azhar Ali again pushes it out into the offside. Matt Lamb once again does the fielding.
That'll be one to tick off the cricket bucket list.
Yeah,
tying the county championship.
I'm not sure since 2016 I've actually got close to seeing a tie, if I'm entirely honest with you. I'm trying to think. There must have been a point. I don't remember it if there was. Billy Godwin in conversation with his opening batting partner Haider Ali in the leg side. As this next one is driven, that'll be 4 runs. That's a glorious shot from Azhar Ali out to the cover boundary. Just leant into it really, and away it sped across an outfield that on day 1 was relatively sluggish when Derbyshire were batting, so they did well to get to 321. Now it's back to its pacey best. The outfield, it's had plenty of sun on it.
Yeah, really nice.
Right out considerably, sorry.
Yeah, really nice. I was just saying, really nice shot there, Fletcher. As you say, just leant on it, did Azhar Ali, and yeah, first boundary for him, the former Pakistan player, who obviously finished up with a national team in the winter after being beaten by England.
Next delivery from Chappell is pushed out into the offside again to Matt Lamb. No run, just the 4 runs off that over then from that boundary from Azhar Ali. He's on 5. Jake Libby has 6. And Worcestershire chasing 192 to win a 24 for 1. They need another 167.
Mind you, with the fact that it is less points for a draw, this season now 8 down to 5. Obviously, both teams will want to get those 16 plus points for the win. I don't think there were just 3 games that Worcestershire lost last season, so they don't lose many, but then again they don't necessarily win many either, which is where it'll be interesting with the new draw. Less points for a draw comes in, how they'd look in the table. Someone should probably do a table of what it would look like with 5 points for a draw from last season's. Aitchison into Libby, who defends it into the offside, to Billy Godwin. I remember Godwin, Fletch, because I used to go and see, my accent may give it away, but I'm from the south, from Essex, and I remember I used to go and see Billy Godwin when he had a stint down at the county ground in Essex for the Eagles. That would have been before this, when he was 7 years captain here, isn't he?
Yeah, he came here.
So just
from Essex.
Aitchison in again, and flicked off his toes by Libby. Down to the man at sort of a square fine leg.
Started his career at Lords with Middlesex. Billy Godwin.
Just trying to think who else would have been part of that Essex team. People like saw the tail end of Grant Flower's career. James Foster too in there at Essex. Graham Napier, of course. 158 against Surrey, I think it was, in a T20. That was very exciting. As Aitchison in again to bowl, and it's left alone by Azhar Ali outside the off stump, and he'll go through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. But yeah, 7 years of captain then, Godwin here. Is that right? This is obviously...
Yes.
Yes, 7 years. Fletch doing it. A giveaway to the listener there, using his fingers to count up.
I couldn't have done it any other way. Yes, 2016 he was appointed captain.
Aitchison in again. It's a little bit back over the length and just prodded back by Azhar Ali. Encouragement being given from behind the stumps for Aitchison. And he strolls back to his mark. Worcestershire 25 for 1, trailing by 166 as he turns now out the top and comes bounding in past the umpire. And he bowls, and Azhar Ali just took a step or two forwards down the pitch and clipped it off his toes. No run scored by the batter. And I don't remember him having a particularly successful time at Essex, to be perfectly honest. But the experienced Billy Godman now back in the ranks for Derbyshire. Aitchison in comes in again and bowls, and again back in behind it. Azhar Ali firmly defensive, not getting through, not getting past his bat, and it's the end of the over. Aitchison takes his cap from the umpire, puts it on his head and strolls back down towards the racecourse end. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire 25 for 1, trailing by 166. Libby on 7 and Azhar Ali on 5. Partnership just 8 since we were back from lunch.
If you are out there listening and thinking about coming down here, I understand they've made it free entry
Ooh.
for the rest of the day. So anybody who fancies coming down and seeing the climax of this match can do so for absolutely nothing. Here's Zach Chappell from the City End, bowls to Jake Libby, leaves alone outside the off stump. The ball goes through
And
wicket-keeper.
more good news, Fletch, as well, is that the scoreboard's just breathed back to life as well.
Yeah, for the time being. Not sure how long that's
All the numbers lit up there on our right-hand side as we look out from the media centre.
Got absolutely nothing to do with anybody, apparently. It's just come back on by its own
Oh,
volition.
really? A life of its own?
Leicestershire have just lost their first wicket, 80 for 1 against Yorkshire. They need a further 309 to win. As Chappell bowls, that's off an edge, down to third man, 4 runs to Jake Libby, but it was definitely an edge. He didn't look massively comfortable playing that one, but it's runs. 4 of them. Libby moves into double figures. He's got 11, 29 for 1 now, 162 more runs required. Gloucestershire continue to bat. They're 483 for 7 now. They lead Glamorgan by 244. That one could be heading for a draw. Sussex have already beaten Durham by 2 wickets down at Hove, having conceded a first innings deficit. So a good effort by Sussex on the south coast. We're down there in September, looking forward to it already. Not September, Hove. Here's Chappell, bowls left alone by Libby outside the off stump and through to the keeper. The game is still going on in the first division. Nottinghamshire losing yesterday at Hampshire. Kent need 168 to win against Northants. They're 59 for 2. Lancashire need 328 to beat Surrey. They're 116 for 2. That's at Old Trafford, of course. At Lords, Middlesex 167 for 7. They need 141 runs now to beat Essex. That's not going to happen. Somerset are 9 for 2 in their second innings, trailing by 99. Chappell bowls. That one keeps a bit low. It was short of a length and didn't bounce, so it came off the bottom toe end of the bat and out to Matt Lamb in the covers of Jake Libby's bat.
So Sussex then getting the first win for Division 2. Interesting to see how they go this year under Paul Farbrace taking charge. Got some exciting young batters. Sussex, Ali Orr at the top of the order. Very promising young player.
Derbyshire had an absolute nightmare at Hove last season. As in comes Chappell again. That one is played a little uppishly into the leg side. Billy Godleman is ready to swoop. It actually reaches him on about the third bounce in the end. And there's no run. They declared twice and lost Derbyshire last season, which is a hell of an effort. They declined to enforce the follow-on.
That must have been one off the bucket list then. Not that you'd want that one. Side declaring twice and then losing.
Baffling. Absolutely baffling. As they went down at Hove. Here comes Zach Chappell again from the city end. Bowls to Libby, who forces this off the back foot out into the offside. Lamb is giving chase. He'll get to the ball now. The batsman will probably stick to 2 runs. They do. Libby moves to 13. Azarali has 5. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire 31 for 1. Trailing by 160, or trailing by 160. They need another 161, don't they, to win?
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I think with Sussex, it will be whether how much of Ollie Robinson they see. Obviously, he'll be on England duties when we get underway with the Ireland Test match at the start of the summer. But there's not a lot of experience otherwise, really, in their bowling attack. They've got, as I say, they've got some good batters, but I think it'll be different under Paul Firebrace, won't it, down there at home?
Is Stephen Finn still there, or is he retired now?
I think he's still he's still kicking around.
He's not playing in this match, is he? I noticed.
No. And Aitchison comes in now and forced off the leg side by Azarali. They scamper through for a single. Will Worcestershire. Another one's his total, 32 for 1. Ali moves on to 6. Yeah, I heard Stephen Finn. God, he's not. It's compared to when compared to other England fast bowlers, he's still pretty young. Is Finney, and Aitchison comes in again just off the back, and it's going to run down through past the slips down to the boundary for 4 off Jake Libby. Just left the bat hanging slightly outside the off stump, an edge into the ground, so no chance of it being caught, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. He moves on now to 17 off 21, so he's going along at a fair lick. And just slightly rocked back and just left the bat hanging out there, and away it went to the boundary off Ben Aitchison, who's now got the ball in his hand again. He comes in for the 3rd ball of the 8th over, up to the stumps now, in and bowls, and again off the back, and just pushed through on the offside for no run by Jake Libby. How do you think Derbyshire will get on this season then?
Well, I thought they were certainly going to be better than last year when they finished 5th. I thought they might be challenging for promotion. They still might, who knows. They've got Leicestershire away next week, then a week off before going to Durham.
Aitchison in again to bowl to Libby, who flashes the blade at it. Dive-in stop attempted through the gully region, and it goes again through to the boundary off the bat of Jake Libby. That's 2 4s conceded in the over, and it will go down, and 4 more added to the total for Worcestershire. And that's now back-to-back, 2 4s in the over for Jake Libby, who moves on to 21 now. 152 needed for Worcestershire now to get there. We'll get the first win of the season. But yeah, just straying slightly outside off his mark there. Aitchison, who's in again now in bowls, and that one's a little bit full and just defended by Libby to points.
He's not finding the middle of his bat, Jake Libby, is he?
Yeah,
by any manner of means.
Yeah, there's edges that will come in through the boundaries. For Libby yet to really time one. Most of the runs from both the bat of Libby and Pollock coming through that point region. That's where Ed Pollock had hit 2 of his 4s before he was dismissed. And Aitchison comes in again and bowls, and it's a bit fuller and goes down on one knee as Libby and just pushes it back to mid-off where it's collected and being polished. And at the end of the over, Zach Chappell with the ball, who takes off his hat and will do the next over. So Worcestershire 40 for 1 then, as our rally 6 and Libby on 21.
Yeah, this partnership starting to grow. 23 off 29 deliveries. Plenty of batting to come, of course, in the form of Jack Haynes and Adam Hose, Brett D'Oliveira and Gareth Roderick. Matthew Waite got the maiden first-class century in the first innings, and Chappell's on his way in. Bowls, and Azarali defends. Chappell thought he'd almost got through there. Billy Godleman fields at short mid-wicket and applauds. A decent start to the over from Zach Chappell. 152 more runs required thick end of 60 overs. Still up their sleeve, Worcestershire. Required rate 2.5. This next one is pushed off the back foot nicely by Azarali out towards the extra cover boundary. That might go all the way for 4. It's starting to slow up, but not sufficiently for Matt Lamb to reach it. And it bobbles over the rope away to our right-hand side. And it's another boundary. There have been plenty of those. 3 for Ed Pollock. And now that makes it 9 in total in the score of 44 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot that by Azarali. The ball just skimmed off the surface and he placed it really nicely through the cover region.
Wayne Madsen wants something, I think. Brooke Guest is signalling, has been signalling frantically to the pavilion, but I don't think the 12th man's got the first idea what he wants. Here comes Zach Chappell in again and bowls a full delivery, this time clipped into the leg side by Azarali. They'll get one, they'll come back for a second. It'll be chased down by Haider Ali. And he hurls the ball in. Good throw. 2 runs to the total, though. Azar moves on to 12, and it's 46 for 1 now. Worcestershire, it's got comfortable again for the batsman.
Yeah, he's still shouting his Madsen to signify something.
No idea what they want.
There's someone there with a helmet.
Yeah, he's got a helmet.
Yeah.
I think it's Archie Harrison. It's either Archie or Mitch Wagstaff. There is Chappell again, past the umpire and bowls, pushed out into the offside, straight to Anuj Dal on this occasion, though, by Azarali, so there is no run.
He's getting it to zip, isn't he, Chappell? He's coming quick off the surface. Yeah,
very sharp.
Last couple of deliveries have looked pretty quick.
Yeah, no, he's probably the quickest of the Derbyshire bowlers, I would think. As I said earlier in the game, I think Ben Aitchison might argue the case, but here comes the helmet. So he's going to field slightly closer at slip, possibly, or go to leg slip. One or the other. Which is it going to be? Helmet brought out by the 12th man for Wayne Madsen.
He's going all the way across, isn't he?
He's going to go in at slip, but he's going to field closer than where the slip cord would ordinarily be, Wayne Madsen. So he's a good 5 yards in front of Ben Aitchison now. Crouching down. Doesn't perhaps think the ball's going to carry. Here comes Chappell again, and that one is driven pleasantly out towards the extra cover boundary again. Lamb with another chase, but the ball's going to win that one, I fancy. No, it doesn't. Interesting technique near the rope there by Matt Lamb.
He almost left his knee trailing as he kind of came round there to try and slide and stop it from going for the boundary, but almost looking a nice touch, Azarali.
Picked up 3 as he moves on to 15. 49 for 1 now. Just, I think, 1 ball left in the over. We're only in the 9th. And already Worcestershire 49 for 1. That exciting finish might not materialise after all. In comes Chappell again and bowls. That's defended by Jake Libby. Pushed out into the leg side. And there's no run. And for the first time this season, the excitement is bouncing. The excitement's mounting. James Watt and Dave Fletcher reunited for the updates throughout the course of the afternoon. Ben Aitchison to continue from the racecourse end. Aitchison goes in, bowls to Azarali down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, can't, and it's taken nicely by Brooke Guest, just moving away to his left-hand side. Couple of slips. He's back in a more orthodox slip position. He's a little bit in front of Ben Aitchison, but you might expect him to be anyway, Wayne Madsen, and this one is driven. Didn't really time it. Fielded by Zach Chappell. Chappell's bowled 3 overs for 19. Aitchison 4 overs and 2 balls, 1 for 17. And Worcestershire 49 for 1. They needed another 143 to win. Libby on 21 at the non-striker's end. Azarali has 15. And Aitchison is in and bowls on the leg stump, and it's turned into the leg side for a single. Matt Lamb does the fielding. And the 50's up for Worcestershire. Azarali moves to 16. It's 50 for 1. They need 142 more. Leicestershire still just 1 down. 85 for 1 now against Yorkshire. As Aitchison is in again, and that one's wide of the off stump and left alone by Jake Libby. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Gloucestershire still 7 down, leading Glamorgan by 259. Aitchison on his way in. Oh, that's pushed away to the point boundary for 4. 54 for 138 to win. Worcestershire are 54 for 1 in their second innings here, James. They're chasing a further 138 to win this game. Derbyshire desperately need a wicket. They got one just on the stroke of lunch when Ed Pollock was caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 13. But Jake Libby, who's on 25, and Azarali, who's on 16, look fairly settled out in the middle at the moment, which is bad news for Derbyshire. Worcestershire 54 for 1 in their second innings. They need a further 138 to win. Love James. Ball being polished by Anuj Dar. I think it went into the cover, so it might have got a little bit wet, which is not good news for the bowlers. It was a nice shot by Jake Libby. He moved on to 25. Partnership worth 37. Aitchison is in again, and that one is turned into the leg side this time by Jake Libby. He'll pick up another single. It was the final ball of the 10th over. Libby moves on to 26 and pinches the strike. Azarali has 16. Worcestershire 55 for 1 in their second innings. They need a further 137 runs to win this one. Over's not going to be a factor. Derbyshire desperately need wickets, and they need them quite quickly. And they need 9 of them in total if they're going to get the victory out of this game. If they don't, well, Worcestershire will finish with 22 points and Derbyshire will finish with 5. And it won't be the start to the season that the home side were hoping for. Lots of positivity and that kind of thing around the county ground going into the new championship season. I still can't help but hark back to the drop, to the catch that was taken off a no ball, after which Worcestershire added a further 75 runs. Zach Chappell begins a new over. Bouncer. Libby ducks underneath it. Ball goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Kent to 60 for 3. They need a further 167 to beat Northamptonshire. Lancashire are 119 for 2 now. They need another 325 to beat Surrey at Old Trafford. At Lords, Middlesex 175 for 7 and heading for defeat. They're 133 runs away from their victory target as Chappell is in again and bowls turn into the leg side. Tumbling half stop by Billy Godleman. The rest of the fielding completed by Haider Ali. That game's against Essex, of course, Middlesex, and at Taunton, Somerset are 21 for 2 now in their second innings. They still trail Warwickshire by 87. First day completely lost to a wet outfield, as was the first hour of day 2. So they're playing catch up there. It doesn't look like there's going to be a result you wouldn't have thought. Here's Chappell again. City N bowls to Jake Libby, who drives it up to the Derbyshire skipper Leas Deploy, moves across to his left, puts in a fairly ordinary throw, which Brooke Guest can't gather, and Libby picks up another single. He moves on to 27, 56 for 1 now. And it's all fairly serene for the batsman at the moment.
Yes, smart running being taken there between the wickets by the 2 batters, stealing the single. Yeah, all going along very nicely for Worcestershire, aside from that Ed Pollock wicket. He went for 13.
Chappell That's the umpire now, and bowls a bouncer, good bouncer. Azarali just about manages to duck underneath it. Just looking to my left to see if, yes he is. Sam Connors is warming up away to our left. He's got George Scrimshaw with him. Good to see George on the ground. Another member of the Derbyshire Fast Bowlers Union. Used more in the T20 than the Championship, but he's here. He's in his whites. Good to see. Former Worcestershire man, of course, as Chappell is in and bowls to Azza, who off the back foot forces it out into the offside. And as Dahl does the fielding, he's a long way from the bat, which is unusual for Nudge. He's all the way out there at in the covers for Azarali. He's come back to more backward point, which is his natural home. Azarali's moved on to 17, 57 for one. Worcestershire 135 away from victory. BBC Radio Derby, BBC Hereford and Worcester, Alex Whittington and Dave Fletcher at the County Ground in Derby. Leicestershire have lost a second wicket now, that's ominous. In comes Chappell again and bowls, and again off the back foot, forced away by Jake Libby. That'll be 4. Out to the cover boundary, hits the rope now. And if Anuj Dahl gives up the chase, you know it's going to the boundary rope, because he is the fastest cricketer I've ever seen. 4 more to Libby, he moves to 31. Worcestershire 61 for 1 now. 131 away from victory, and here comes Sam Connors.
Yeah, nice shot there from Libby. Just pierced the fielders and nicely timed finding another boundary for him. This one all very calm and pretty sedate really for the pairs, and excited to see Fletch, Sam Connors. Haven't seen him in the flesh bowling before, so I understand he's someone who bowls quite long spells as well, does he?
Well, he's a wicket taker, but he can be expensive. That's probably the best way to sum up. He's played 50 championship wickets last season. Got called up to the Lions squad and was training with the Lions in the winter.
Is he a local? Is he from round here as well?
He's from Nottingham, but we don't hold that against him.
He's chosen the right side.
Came through the academy at Derbyshire.
Yeah, he's got a strap it on his right arm, just the sleeve that the bowlers do round their elbow area. And it'll be Sam Connors then for his first ball of the second innings. He's up now to Azhar, and it's just slightly straying onto the pads, and Azhar does well to just turn it round the corner to the man at deep square leg on the boundary over there. And they trot through for a single, which means that it's now 130 that Worcestershire will need to win. One arm in the band, Sam Connors. And he receives the ball back now, 24 years of age. And he turns at the top of his mark. Shirt rippling in the slight breeze that's across the grounds. Connors again, that was darted in, and does well, Libby, to plant his bat in front of the stumps there and get something on it. That was speared in.
Kept very low, didn't it? That one kept very low.
There's a couple of balls that have kept quite low in this.
That's good news.
In this innings. Yes, good news for you Derbyshire fans. Although I think there needs to be another quick couple of wickets here if they're to stand the chance of coming away with the win. Here as Connors again in, up past the umpire and bowls again, just takes the edge of Libby's bat and goes out on the offside to Billy Godalman. He throws it to the keeper, Brooke Guest. And Connors there, striding purposefully back to his mark. For Worcestershire as well, coming after this, you've got the youngster Jack Haynes, 22 years of age, really classy right-hander, played in the winter for the England Lions in Sri Lanka. Connors in again, and this time it will be just played off the back foot and defensively by Jake Libby. And 3 centuries, 2 of them back-to-back weeks for Jack Haynes last year. He nearly made it to the 1,000-run mark last summer. 811 runs at a shade under 48, so a homegrown player for Worcestershire, one that I'm sure the England selectors will have an eye on as well.
And Warwickshire.
Yes.
I'd have thought.
It's where they all end up,
Oh, yeah.
isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, we've got Nottinghamshire down the road.
Connor's in again and off the pads, but no run this time. Played out to Ali. Yeah, quite a few of the there's a few departures from Worcestershire in the summer to Warwickshire, not least among them Moeen Ali and Ed Barnard as well, the fast bowlers. That was a bit of a blow for Worcestershire, but
They didn't see much of Moeen though, did they?
no, they didn't. No, Moeen not around much, but Barnard the bigger miss definitely of the two of them. Connor's in again now and bowls it again. It's onto the pads and whipped away Risley round the corner by Libby, and he will trot through for another single, and that's the end of the over. The targets, don't forget, 192 needed for Worcestershire. They're 63 for 1 as it stands. Libby moving on to 32 and Azhar Ali on 18, which all means 129 left for them to win. Plenty of time to do it in as well. 56 overs remaining of the innings. They're going along a fair rate here. What's that, 12 overs, 63, so just over 5 and over.
Yeah, 5 and a quarter and over in the last...
keen to get it done, Worcestershire.
Last 5 overs, it's 6.5 runs and over. The scoring rate as Saranga Lakmal returns to the attack from the City end, bowled a couple of overs before lunch without success. Can the former Sri Lanka Test man get the wickets required?
Expensive ones too as well. 13 conceded off those two. That was mainly off the bat of Ed Pollock.
He's bowling to Jake Libby now as Lakmal is in. That's turned into the leg side. They've gone through for a quick single. It was half stopped there by Haider Ali, who kicks the floor. He's a little bit disappointed he didn't pick that one up cleanly. Might have had a chance to hurl the ball at the stumps, but as it was, batsman get through for a comfortable single. Libby moves to 33 and Worcestershire to 64 for 1.
I think that's what you want to see, isn't it? You want to see your fielders on it and disappointed if they don't quite pick things up smoothly.
You don't want to see them disappointed too many times. That's the key.
That is true, but he's on his heels. Not on his heels. He's on his, what's the opposite to heels? Your toes. He's on his toes.
On his toes.
That's the one.
Lakmal's just had a long conversation with Lewis Deploy, his skipper, and now he's on his way in again. One slip in place, and this one is defended by Azhar Ali. Up towards Deploy. There is no run.
So Haider Ali coming in for, obviously, Mickey Arthur utilising his connections, and Shah Massoud's big miss this year for your Fletch.
Well, you'd say that, yeah, but he's not going to play much for Yorkshire, is he? Because he's got, due to his form here at Derbyshire last season, he's got back in the Pakistan setup, and he's not going to be back till May. So Derbyshire would have been without an overseas had he stayed. Lakmal is in again and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Azhar out towards Sam Connors at long leg.
It's almost the ideal situation for you then, really, isn't it? You got him for, scored over 1,000 runs, didn't he, last year, and now Yorkshire aren't going to really see him in their promotion.
Yorkshire pay top dollar for him. They pay more than Derbyshire could pay him anyway.
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, they made him captain, and he's not coming. Not yet, anyway. Haider Ali did well in the second innings. Quick fire, 20 odd in the first. So 80 runs for him already this season. As Lakmal is in again and bowls. That squares Libby up a little bit there as he pushes it back towards the bowler. But yeah, fascinating to watch Haider Ali as he gets used to English conditions, and he wouldn't have come across too many pitches like this one in Pakistan, certainly.
No, he also hasn't played loads of red ball cricket. I know he's played quite a bit of white ball cricket for Pakistan, but I think this is his 12th first class game. So
his average in his first 11 was over 60.
that is true.
But no, you're right. He's relatively inexperienced at.
But then to come in under Mickey Arthur, then it's a great opportunity for both parties to kind of learn from, hopefully get the best from him.
There's Lakmal again in bowls to Libby, who pushes this straight to Billy Godleman with some force, and Godleman sticks out a left hand and manages to stop it with a combination of that hand and his shin.
That will sting a little bit, I would have thought. Not the warmest day out there tomorrow.
Brilliant to see Billy Godwin in so many different positions, because he always fielded at mid-off to right-handed or left-handed batsmen when he was the captain. We've seen him in all sorts of positions, in the slip cordon, in close on the leg side, down at third man. He's been everywhere.
Got a smile on his face too. He's clearly enjoying the variety.
He's enjoying his cricket a bit more as Lapman bowls a short ball, and it's pulled into the leg side over the head of Matt Lamb out towards Haider Ali. They go through for another single, but that wasn't without risk. 34 now to Libby, 66 for one. Libby pinches the strike again, and Worcestershire now require a further 126 to win. 34 to Libby, as I say. Haider Ali has 19.
Yeah, so I think with it's an interesting project, isn't it? I'm sure you've discussed this in the opening days of the opening round here at the county ground. But kind of just coming into this with Derbyshire, with the Mickey Arthur project. Obviously signed on, hasn't he, for another 3 years contract extension. So it's really exciting and really good for the county again. Obviously, he values and he really enjoys being here. And hopefully helping Derbyshire grow as a club and the players too. And that's flicked off his pads and runs down to the boundary. That does from Jake Libby. Just straying onto the pads is Sam Connors. And it's 4 more runs to the Worcestershire total. And... yeah, won't be too happy with that one, Sam Connors. Quite a straightforward flick round the corner from the opening bat for Worcestershire. It moves his total on to 38. He got 42 in the first inning, so he's creeping up on that as Worcestershire needs another 122 for victory here. Connors comes in again now to Libby, and this time he's just in behind it, plays it. One hand, one bounce back to the bowler. Not quite back garden cricket here. That doesn't count for anything. One hand, one bounce. That's how I always used to get out. Fletch, it is. One hand, one bounce.
Because I'd be the roof of the garage.
I'd be trying to solidly defend it back, you know, because prized wicket, and then one bounce, and my brother just caught it, and then you're like, well, what was the point in doing that defensive shot, man? I might as well have just gone for the slog to try and bounce it off the garage roof. Here is Connors again now, and he's in to Libby, and again, lovely sound off the bats. And it's picked up at mid-off by the skipper for Derbyshire. Deploy. And he's taken up then the Billy Godwin role.
Yes, gone into mid-off.
Bit off, and Godwin, the former captain, tosses Deploy the ball. I like it when there's a distinctive sun hat out there as well, which makes it nice and easy to identify.
I'm not a big fan of the sun hat.
Connors up now to the wicket. It's short and it's pulled by Libby. Doesn't quite get hold of all of it, and it will just be the single as it's fielded out on the leg sides by Matt Lamb. Not a fan of the... Do you generally go for any sort of cap or hat on top of the head?
I've got a bobble hat for the winter. I do have a couple of baseball caps, yeah.
Oh, so you're cool.
Well, no, I won't go that far, but just to protect my head from the sun, really. Not a floppy sun hat, man, no.
No. Connors then. Here he is to Azhar, who again rocks back and plays it off the back foot down to fine leg, and we get another single. The ball returns to the hands of Brooke Guest. 4 and a duck for him in this match. Not the ideal start to the season for the talented keeper bats. Got more than 900 championship runs last year. Connors again now for the final ball of the over. 59 on his back now, up to the stumps. And Libby just prods it. Ooh, there's a shout for a single, which they decide not to take. Very wise, because it's collected by Deploy. And it's the end of the over, the 14th one of the Worcestershire innings. They're 72 for 1. Azhar Ali 20, Jake Libby 39. It means they require another 120 for victory here. Plenty of time to do it in 54 overs left, so that's not going to be a problem.
Derbyshire need to do something a bit different here, but they've got 4 frontline pace bowlers and Anuj Dal. They're all right arm over. Mitch Wagstaff's on the field. I think it is Dahl who's gone off, perhaps for his bowling boots, but he's fielding a backward point now, is young Wagstaff. And in comes Saranga Lakmal bowls, and that's clipped nicely into the leg side by Azhar Ali. He's going to get 2, he might even get 3. Ben Aitchison has reached the ball, turns and throws it back in quickly. What a throw that is, by the way. He's chucked that in an absolute mile straight into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Terrific arm. And they have to stick to 2. Azhar Ali moves on to 22. Worcestershire 74 for 1 now, almost halfway, not quite. 118 more runs required to win. And at the moment, it's pretty much plain sailing for them.
2 men in close on the leg side there. Just sort of a short mid-wicket, short leg-ish position.
Blackmount bowls, and that one bounces a little bit more than Azhar Ali was expecting. He takes his bottom hand off the bat as it hits the splice, drops it down into the ground. Played it well in the end. Yeah, Billy Godalming and Matt Lamb, the 2 men in close on the leg side. Matt Lamb's a little bit further back than Godalming. Godalming with no regard for his own safety, clearly.
Yeah, just on sort of the 2 strips to the left of the wicket.
A bit of dust, is it a bit of dust, or is it? He was troubled by a fly in the first innings. He's
like
troubled by something at the moment. His Azhar Ali is absolutely smashing.
Be entertaining if he plays the next shot like that.
Dear, oh dear. He's waiting now. Blackmount bowls to him, and he turns it into the leg side for a single out towards the mid-wicket boundary where Hyder Ali is patrolling. And Azhar Ali moves on to 23.75 for 1. They are desperate for wickets here, Derbyshire. Absolutely desperate at the moment.
It's not doing a lot, is it?
Nothing is going to stop Worcestershire from winning this game. Dahl has got whatever he needed from the changing room, and he's coming down the steps, ready to come back on at the end of the over. So just a short stint for Mitch Wagstaff, who is capless. He's got his sun specs on top of his head. And this one is pushed into the offside by Jake Libby. A chase on here for Leas Deploy. The batsman will get back comfortably for a couple. Libby moves to 41 off just 48 deliveries. And Worcestershire moved to 79 for 1.
Yeah, very plain sailing for the away side here. Haynes next in, then Adam Hose, then the skipper, Brett D'Oliveira, before keeper Gareth Roderick, who took that brilliant stumping in the Derbyshire second innings. So still loads of batting to come. So they're in a very comfortable position, but these 2 will want to be there at the close, at the win for Worcestershire.
Blackmount in, bowls short. Libby pulls it into the leg side. Hyder Ali does the fielding once again. They go through for another single. 42 to Libby now, 78 for 1, 114 required. There's a horrible sense of inevitability about everything now. That wicket just before lunch, a bit of a false dawn.
Yes, things very much calmed down in the we had 25 minutes since the lunch break, and Essex are closing in on the win at Lord's. Just the 1 wicket needed for them to get their first win of the season and wrap up all the points. Shane Snater coming into the attack and taking the wickets of Toby Rowland Jones. Obviously, all these games will come to some conclusion or the other today on the final day of the opening round of the county championship at a relatively sunny county ground in Derby.
George Scrimshaw acting as 12th man there, bringing on a helmet for Matt Lamb. He'll go in at short leg, I fancy. No, he won't. He's going nowhere near short leg.
He's completely ignoring you, Fletch.
Going into a silly mid-off.
But he is in a very similar position, isn't he? He's a bit finer than Billy Godalming there, but just the sun hat on for Godalming.
Like Mal bowls, and it's pushed and good diving stop away to his left-hand side by Lamb. Couldn't clutch the ball in. It was the last ball of the over. 114 to win now. Worcestershire 78 for 1. Azhar Ali has 23. Jake Libby has 42. This partnership worth 61 off 71 balls. And is far, far too easy. at the moment for Worcestershire. Difficult to know what Lewis Deploy can do, though. There's no frontline spinner. He bowled a few overs of spin in the first innings. Matt Lamb bowled some leg spin.
I mean, what would be your... Yeah, there's not lots of options, is there? I think... Who is the frontline spinner for... I know there's no one in this 11,
Well,
but...
Mark Watt was the spinner in the squad, the Scotland International.
Oh, yes.
Who was left out. They've got Matty McKiernan, who bowls leg spin. Watt's left arm spin. And then there's the orthodox off spinner, Alex Thompson, as well in the squad. Watt was named in the 14, but didn't make the cut.
So it means that Sam Connors will resume from the racecourse end. Connors in to Libby, who waits, and off his pads again down to fine leg, and they go through for a single. Libby 43 now, looking relatively untroubled. Just the one wicket coming to Ben Aitchison, that of Ed Pollock for 13. That was edge behind to Brooke Guest. Just the one Worcestershire wicket to fall here. 113 needed for them, as Connors now turns at the top of his mark and runs in away from us to Azhar Ali, and it just nips off the surface, and Azhar just defends it on the offside. Picked up there by Deploy, the skipper, sort of fielding it mid-off or short mid-off there. And yeah, a bit more urgency needed. There's a few hands being clapped by the Derbyshire fielders here just to inject some energy into their sides. They need it if they're going to get anything from this game. Connors now again to Azhar Ali. He's in, and Azhar firmly in behind it, back down to the bowler. And Connors will get the ball back. The pairs needs 113, 79 for 1. And Connors again will turn. The crowds, the far end from us, moving into the sunshine to try and get what they can. And Azhar Ali will just defend it back down. He's on 23 off 34 balls. Libby 43 off 50. And you hope that for the Derbyshire's sake that something gives here, that there's a mistake made by either of these two batters. They're not looking likely to do it at the moment, but should they come, then Derbyshire will be ready to pounce. And it's 2 balls left of the over. Sam Connors will turn again, and in he comes. 113 needed for Worcestershire. Connors now into Azhar Ali, spears it in, and it's just defended, and a quick single being taken. Azhar the call, and he runs his bat in at the non-striker's hand, hands on his head from Louis Deploy there. He almost thought he had his man there. Would have been a tight one, really run single. They probably don't need to do that, do these two batters, as Worcestershire in a comfortable position, and they need further 112 left to win.
Almost got caught unawares by James Watt, who came just before half-past for the update there, and I had to disappear rather sharpish. Apologies for that. Sam Connors to continue from the racecourse end. He's bowling to Jake Libby. He's got 43, and Connors is in and bowls, and that's pushed out into the offside. Godleman does the fielding, and there is no run. Just 113, 112 more runs required for victory now at just a fraction over 2 and over. That was the end of the Connors over. As I say, all very straightforward for Worcestershire since lunch. They lost that wicket of Ed Pollock just before the lunch interval for 13 when Brooke Guest took the catch after bowling of Ben Aitchison, but since then not an awful lot has happened for the bowlers. Anusdal back out there, and Suranga Lakmal to continue from the city end. Bowls, that's guided out towards the cover boundary by Azhar Ali. There's a chase on here for Anusdal. He doesn't give this one up because he knows he can get there. And the batsmen get back for a couple. Azhar Ali moves on to 26, 82 for 1. That target 192 for victory. Middlesex hanging on, 9 down, need another 113 against Essex. Somerset still trailing Warwickshire. They're 3 down, 54 for 3 at Taunton. Kent 3 down, need another 147 to beat Northamptonshire. And Lancashire are 2 down. They need a further 295 to beat Surrey as Lackmal is in again. And balls, oh, it's a poor shot from Azarali. No foot movement, back a long way from his body. Ball goes through to the keeper after going past the edge. Not the best. And he knows it. He wants a drink to gather his thoughts, I fancy. Gloucestershire now lead Glamorgan by 292. They're 531 for 7 in their second innings. Leicestershire still 2 down, 120 for 2. A notional further 269 to win at Headingley. They won't get those. Can they hold on for a draw? Here comes Lackmal and bowls. And that one is in the air and flashed past Arno's Dahl and away to the wide third man boundary. The dive put in by Zach Chappell, but he couldn't keep it inside the boundary rope. And it's 4 more to the total. Azhar Ali moves on to 30. And Worcestershire are 86 for 1 now. They need a further 106 to win this game. The way things are going, they'll do that by tea. 2:30 here in Derby, as it is across the rest of the country. That was for international listeners, of course. 2:30, tea at 3:40. Or is it 3:20? It's one or the other. Might be 3:20 actually. Next delivery from Saranga Lackmal is left alone by Azhar Ali. Goes through to the keeper. There is no run. He's got an itchy eye. That's not good. There we go. I have to remember to take the glasses off to scratch my eye, otherwise I smudge them. George Scrimshaw sitting with the rest of the 12 men. On the way to our left-hand side as Lackmal comes in and bowls. And this one is defended by Azhar Ali out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding. There's no run. Dot ball's not much use to Derbyshire. Wickets required. Otherwise they're going to leave this game with just 5 points. Worcestershire will get away with 22. Azhar Ali has a look round, just checking who's on the leg side boundary. It's Haider Ali and Sam Connors at long leg. As Lackmal is in again and bowls, and he pushes it out into the offside, past Arno's Dahl initially. Dahl chases it down, and they stick to a single. Azhar Ali moves on to 31. 87 for 1 at the end of the over. Then Libby has 43. The partnership worth 70 off 83 balls, and Worcestershire need 105 more runs to win.
Yeah, they're not hanging around, are they, these two, Azhar and Libby? They're really pressing on here as Worcestershire look for the win after losing that early wicket of Ed Pollock just before lunch. But Worcestershire, Derbyshire yet to really push on and almost not necessarily out of a lack of ideas, but the pitch isn't doing a lot. And Connors and Lackmal struggling to get anything off it. But it is being calmly and sedately batted by these two, by Azhar and by Libby, as they just take a quick drink, and Azhar some more gloves, which he's now putting onto his hands. 105 needed for the pairs to claim victory. And Connors will begin his next over as Azhar looks around the field. He's got a deep man on the deep square leg boundary. Everyone else within the circle apart from fine leg. And Connors again in. It's full. And it's back down on it by Azhar and fielded by the bowlers. Also a man down at third as well. No slips for Derbyshire.
Almost an admission of defeat, isn't it? No slips at this stage.
As I'm going to nip off Fletch and do the update. Last time they didn't want me because they were playing Handbags and Glad Rags by Stereophonics, but I think this time they do.
Okay. Alex Whittington making a brief appearance as this one is pushed up towards mid-on. No, says Jake Libby, as the ball goes pretty much straight to Zach Chappell. Azhar Ali fancied it, but Jake Libby didn't. As a result, there is no run. 87 for 1 it remains. Middlesex still clinging on. They need a further 108 now against Essex at Lords. They're down to their final pair. As this next delivery is full and clipped away and over the head of Wayne Madsen at square leg. Not too far away from him. Might even have got a fingertip to that. Hyder Ali comes across and gives him a low 5. I'm not sure that he did get anything on it, but it was in the air off the bat of Azhar Ali, who moves to 32. 88 for 1. Connors on his way in again from the race course, and Anaj warming up a backward point bowls, and that one is clipped into the leg side beyond the dive of Wayne Madsen, picked up on the boundary by Matt Lamb. Another single towards their inexorable march towards victory for Worcestershire. 103 runs required. Libby moves on to 44. Worcestershire 89 for 1 now. It's going to take quite the collapse for Worcestershire not to pick up victory in the opening game of the season here at the County Ground. Connors is in and bowls, and that one is defended out into the offside. Gottleman does the fielding. And there is no run on this occasion. Can't help but think back to those 75 runs that were added after the catch was taken off the Saranga Lakmal no ball, which would have dismissed Worcestershire in their first innings, would have denied Matthew Waite a maiden first-class century. Huge moment in the game as this next one is pushed by Azhar Ali straight back to Sam Connors, who fields in his follow through. The over ends with a dot ball. Worcestershire 89 for 1, Azhar Ali 32, Jake Libby 44. The partnership worth 72. They need just 103 more runs to complete the victory, and we're going to see Anaj Dal for the first time in the second innings.
In out, shake it all about. That's been me, Fletch, there. Doing me update on Hereford and Worcester.
It's remarkable. I think they come back and then go away again.
I'd have fleeting appearance.
I'd have stayed away.
Oh, couldn't let people listen to you drone on.
Oh, there is that.
Right. Yes. And my laptop's losing charge as well, so I'm going to plug that in here too. That's what all the sound effects are. Excited to see Anaj Dal.
Are you?
Yes,
okay.
He's in my fantasy cricket team. I don't know if I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to say that, Fletch.
No. Fantasy.
You're not part of
No.
Not part of any.
No. I live in the real world, where I'm never going to be the coach of a cricket team.
Have you ever done any of those? I presume then, the Football Manager ones. No.
I remember I may have done the Telegraph one when it very first started, which would have been 40 years ago now.
Oh, right, okay. I didn't realize it started that long ago.
Oh, yeah, back in the day. We had to pay money to enter. You had to send a cheque.
Send a cheque?
Those sort of oblong things that you write on.
I wonder... I wonder how many people would have done it at that time.
Oh, there seemed to be a lot. I never seemed to get anywhere near the top.
Interesting. I mean, there's millions.
Yeah.
Millions and millions that do it. The football one, anyway. I'm not sure how many do the cricket, but...
It's all very sad.
Dal will, but next time I won't come back in. Dal will be... his first ball is just batted back by Jake Libby into the attack for the first time from the City end. Is Dal, and he's got men around the bat too, so an attacking field being set by Deploy. Men in at on the 2 on the offside near the bat, 1 on the leg, all crouching down as he's in again. His bowls, and it's dabbed down to short thirds by Libby. Only one of those 3 has a helmet though, and that is Matt Lamb. The other 2 in there close, the captain himself, deploying Madsen as well. Just brings his hands together. Fadali coming in from the far end, and here he is now up to the wicket bowls, and it's again played exactly the same position. Just a little dab by Libby. Down to short thirds, which is Ben Aitchison.
I'm going to give the Derbyshire supporters some hope here because Worcestershire were bowled out for 190 at, I think it was 190 at New Road last season, and Anuj Dal took 5 wickets as he bowled Derbyshire to victory. There we go.
Every little crumb you can get, Fletch.
Yeah.
As this one is driven by Libby, and it will go all the way through to the cover boundary for 4. It takes a few bobbles. Godalmann's given up long ago on that chase there. Just set up and pushed through the covers by Libby. Past those 2 men fielding close in and away for 4 runs. The first 4 to concede by Dahl as Worcestershire now. The total is under 100 that they require. 99. Libby moves on to 48 now as he's closing in on his half century. 42 in the first innings too. So a really good game for the opening batter. For Worcestershire as Dahl will again come in now for the 5th ball of the over. He's in and he bowls, and again this time it's just prodded back to deploy, and Libby turns away just to adjust himself and come back in for the final ball.
Sue and Jane, the scorers, have got sweets, but I think it'd take more than sweets to cheer me up at this point, so I'm not even going to bother.
Dahl in again. He's up, bowls in short. Oh, he poked at it, did Libby, played at it, missed it, collected by the keeper Brooke Guest, but it was out there. And good last delivery to end the over, but no, well, they've had 1 wicket fall in of Worcestershire. They are 93 for 1, so 99 now needed for the pairs to claim victory here on this opening round of the county championship. Jake Libby 48, Azhar Ali 32. This partnership worth 76. So I suppose a wicket would cheer you up, Fletch, wouldn't it?
Yeah, three
Yeah,
might, but I'm not sure even 1 will. I think that'll be too dark to play, actually.
Yeah, like Nita coming out.
It's cloudy, but it's perfectly playable. Connors into bowl to Azarali, who flicks this one off his hip down towards backward square leg, where Matt Lamb will do the fielding, and he picks up another single, moves to 33, 94 for 1, almost halfway there now. Now Worcestershire. It felt inevitable when Derbyshire were dismissed eventually for 343 in their second innings. 192 never felt enough, but that wicket just before lunch has given everybody it's going to prove to be false hope.
False hope, yeah.
As Connors bowls, and that's just guided into the ground by Jake Libby to square leg, where Wayne Madsen does the fielding.
Another result coming in the county game, final day of the county championship, the opening round. Middlesex have been beaten at Lords by Essex. That is their result. 98 runs for the former winners, Essex there. Well,
Connors in again and bowls to Libby, who pushes this one out into the offside. Wayne Madsen. Billy Godalmann picks it up in the covers.
Kent need 134 to win. They're 3 down against Northamptonshire. Elsewhere in Division 1, Lancashire, I think that one's, as we've been saying all day, looks destined for a draw, but they're still in 160 for 2, the Red Rose. They still need a further 284 to beat Surrey.
Connors past the umpire and bowls to Libby, who pushes it out into the offside. A misfield by Elias Deploy, and they come back for a second. That's disappointing. And Libby reaches his half century of 61 deliveries. He's batted nicely, 8 fours in his half century as well. And Worcestershire moved to 96 for 1, and they need 96 to win.
Yeah, he's looked really good. Jay Libby, hasn't he? Offered very little chances, scoring at a good rate too. I think him and Pollock will be a good opening partnership for Worcestershire this season.
Connors into Libby, who turns this into the leg side. Nice stop by Wayne Madsen at backward square leg.
Looks like there's going to be a heading for a draw at Taunton. Somerset 73 for 4 in their second innings, though they still do trail Warwickshire by 35 runs. So Warwickshire should win that one then, really. Gloucestershire lead Glamorgan by 321 with 3 wickets left. That one is going to be a draw, and Leicestershire need 248 to beat Worcestershire. They've got 8 wickets in hand.
Turned into the leg side again by Libby off the final ball of the Sam Connors over. It was Hyder Ali who does the fielding on this occasion. And the over comes to an end. 96 for 1. Azhar Ali has 33. Jake Libby has 50. And Worcestershire need a further 96 to win this one. Another sweater has been brought out for Zach Chappell. He must be getting cold. So he's got a sleeveless sweater on. He's now had the long sleeve sweater brought out as well.
Well, it looks like they're picking up the wind slightly, doesn't it? On the far side, there's a sort of the sight screen, the makeshift sight screen, rippling in the breeze. At this rate, were we to have all the overs, they'd only need 1.99 with Worcestershire.
Yeah. We won't be here at the end.
Right, next ball of the over, Anjad Dal, and it's all the way down to the boundary off the leg buys. Off the leg of Azhar Ali, down nice, fine behind him. And 4 more runs added to the Worcestershire total. And that would mean now just 92. That's the 100 up as well for Worcestershire. 100 for 1, 92 needed for Worcestershire. And Dahl comes in again, and they're going to take a short single as he pushes it into the offside. It's fielded by Aitchison. And he will move on to 34 with the former Pakistani batter. And another year being spent from him at Worcestershire. It's his second season with the club as Dahl comes in again. And this time Libby just gets caught up just underneath his midriff and is behind and collected by Brooke Guest. Yeah, 97 test matches too for Azhar Ali, an experienced, very experienced player, 1900s in that time too. And as I mentioned, second year with the pairs, last time 656 runs too, including a massive double century against Leicestershire. As Dahl comes in again, and Lib will play it to Godalming on the offside, and no run has been taken as Aitchison goes through a few warm-up routines. So we've been saying, Fletch, not a lot of
There's not much you can do given the selection of the side. No, absolutely not. There were 4, now 5 frontline seamers, all right arm over.
Dahl is in again, and this time comes off the edge of Libby's bat, and Aitchison again. And 91.
The only variation is the pace of the bowlers. There's the left arm spin of Leas deploy, but that's very much in the part-time category. As it really is the leg spin of Matt Lamb. So Wayne Madsen didn't bowl in the first innings. Don't imagine he's going to in this.
Dahl again in for the final ball of the over, and it's defended on the leg side by Libby, and he stays on 50 from 67 balls. Azhar Ali 34 from 50, which means Worcestershire 101 for 1, and they need a further 91 runs to win here at the County Ground in Derbyshire.
What I hope doesn't happen, happened down at Hampshire where Nottinghamshire lost, is that when it was coming to the moment when Hampshire were about to win, Moores took the pads off from behind the stumps and bowled. I can't be doing with all that nonsense. That doesn't do anything for the dignity of the competition. Unless you're actually a spinner, and Darren Smith used to keep wicket at Derbyshire, was a very fine leg spinner as well. I have seen him bowl and keep wicket in the same innings, but it wasn't in circumstances like those down in Southampton. The reason that Ben Aitchison was warming up is that he's back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 for 23. I gave him the big build-up, and Azhar Ali wasn't ready for him. So Aitchison is now On his way in from the racecourse end and bowls on the leg stump and turned down to fine leg by Azhar Ali. Fielded down there in the distance by Zach Chappell.
He didn't get a wicket, did he then?
No, just probably the last over where they needed one to win or something ludicrous, but yeah, typical Notts. Making a mockery of everything.
Some have them to finish higher up the table this season.
Notts?
Haven't they? Yeah.
No chance. Here's Aitchison in again and bowls, and that one is defended by Jake Libby.
That's
Straight
said
back to the bowler.
completely impartially, of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No. Nobody would like to see Notts do better. Do well more than me, obviously.
Well, they've got too good for Division 2. They maybe last year.
Yeah, they were the best side in Division 2. I don't think there's any doubt about that. This one is a full delivery, pushed into the leg side by Jake Libby, fielded by Sam Connors. Yes, they may well have a First Division cricket team for 1 year. I think it looks like they're going to have a Premier League football team for 1 year as well. Notts Forest aren't doing too well, and Notts County, well,
could come up.
they could come up. They're at Wrexham tomorrow, aren't they, in that huge game in the
one,
National League. As Aitchison bowls, and that one is flicked away by Jake Libby out towards the backward square leg boundary. Chappell comes around and throws the ball back, but can't prevent them coming back for a second. Libby moves to 52, 104 for 1. 88 now required for victory for the visitors. And the body language, it's not great out there at the moment.
There's a couple of hands on hips,
heads
aren't there?
down, and there's a lot of people who look resigned to their fate here from a Derbyshire perspective. The game here between the sides last season was one of those boring draws, as that one is defended by Jake Libby, and there's no run in a season of a mountain of runs being scored. Worcestershire were 2 down in their second innings when they eventually shook hands on day 4.
Well, that won't be happening today.
No, indeed. They might be 2 down, but they'll be winning.
Yeah,
They're 1 down at the moment. 104 for 1, in fact. As Aitchison goes in and bowls to Libby, full again, and he digs this one out into the leg side. Billy Gottleman does the fielding, and it's the end of the over. 3 from it. Azhar Ali has 35, Jake Libby has 52. 104 for 1 now. Worcestershire need a further 88 for victory. Derbyshire need 9 wickets, but they've needed 9 wickets for a long time, it seems, and they haven't looked particularly close to getting one. Oh, that's very kind of you, Jane.
Thank you. There you go, some sweets to cheer. I feel bad. Do you want to have? No, I'm going to have mine.
No,
I was about to offer you there to cheer you up, Fletch, but no, when there's chocolate placed in front of me, I will eat it.
I love cheap chocolate. Jane, the new first team scorer, Jane Huff, and Sue Drinkwater from Worcestershire next door. Unfortunately for them, they can see through a window and see us, which I'm sure must be unpleasant for them.
Oh, no. Into Ali, who plays it off his toes into the leg side, and they're trot through for a single. Ooh, another wild throw coming in there from Ali, and he apologises to Brooke Guest, who had to sort of dive one-handed or jump up one-handed to take that one to his right-hand side. But he did very well. Bit of keeper practice for Brooke Guest. And Dar will come in again now. Up to the stumps against Libby. Just has a flirt with one outside the off stump. Just came through a bit quicker than anticipated. He practices the cut again. Does Libby. He missed that one and it was claimed by Guests. 52 for Jake Libby now. Azhar Ali on 36. The sun's disappeared now behind the clouds at the county ground. As it's the hopes disappearing perhaps too for Derbyshire, as the visitors need 87 to win as Darlin, and it's firmly defended back by Libby. Batting away nice and calmly from Jake Libby, and the score stays exactly the same. There's a few close infielders again on the strips to the right, off the non-side of the wicket, and arms folded there by Matt Lamb. He's under the helmet, crouched in, and in comes Dahl again, and this is dabbed through the offside, and it will go all the way through to the boundary, on the point boundary by Jake Libby. Just pushed at it, and it goes over for another boundary for Worcestershire, which will please them and not please the man sat to my right-hand side here in the media centre at Derbyshire. And Jake Libby, a nice shot through the offside as ticks the ball over for Worcestershire, who just need 87 now left to win. The ball slowly making its way back after going under the covers on the point, underneath the point boundary on the far side, where there's a few spectators underneath the old scoreboard there to our right-hand side. And it will mean that the ball eventually makes its way back to Dahl. Plenty of time left in this one, but it won't be needed for all of it because Worcestershire, just the 87 left needed to win. Dahl pushing in his man a bit closer. Mid-off goes a bit wider too. So 3 men around the bat, yet to have any major chances as Dahl's in again, and it's just defended by Libby. Madsen goes onto the pitch and rubs the ball, and it'll make its way back eventually via Lackmal to the bowler. And yeah, things not looking good for Derbyshire.
Well, the most irritating thing for me is that Derbyshire are better than this. I know they are. But they haven't quite hit best form in this game.
Dahl in again, and this time on the leg side by Libby. Ali feels it coming in from square leg position, and they go through for 1 run to end the over. It means that they need 82 more to Worcestershire, 110 for 1. Jake Libby 57 and Azhar Ali 36. That partnership now nearing 100. It lies at 93 between these two. The only wicket to fall in the Worcestershire innings, Ed Pollock, who was caught by Guest off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 13. Yeah, not really hit the ground running, have they?
No, not at all.
Have they, Fletch, in this opening round?
Ben Aitchison, beginning a new over from the racecourse then, bowling to Jake Libby, pushes it up to Liz to ploy at mid-off, and there's no run.
Did you say it was Leicestershire next for Derbyshire?
Yeah. Grace Road next week.
Yeah.
Then a week off, then Durham away, and then Gloucestershire at home. So it was a relatively favourable start to the season. As this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Jake Libby, fielded by Matt Lamb.
Worcestershire next in the northeast at Durham. And then Gloucestershire at New Road the week after that. But this will be a great start to the 2023 season for Alan Richardson, his first full year in charge.
Next delivery from Aitchison is turned into the leg side. Sam Connor sets off to chase. Billy Godalman's coming around the boundary though, and he'll complete the fielding. The batsman will go through for 2 more. And Jake Libby moves on to 59, 112 for 1. 80, just 80 now required by Worcestershire to complete victory here. Leicestershire still just 2 down. It's a terrific effort by them as they try to force a draw at Headingley against Yorkshire. Aitchison bowls, that comes off a leading edge out into the offside, fielded by Haider Ali, and there's no run. And Gloucestershire have declared at 569 for 7. Glamorgan will need 331 to win. They're not going to get those at Sophia Gardens. Can Gloucestershire force some kind of positive result down there? It seems unlikely, but we'll wait and see as Aitchison is in, bowls a full delivery, and Jake Libby drives it out to Lears deploy at mid-off. Lancashire's still 2 down. They need another 277 to win. Kent are 3 down. They need a further 124. Somerset are now 4 down. They trail Warwickshire by 16 in that game where they lost the entirety of the first day due to a wet outfield. And some of day 2. Next delivery from Aitchison's turned into the leg side comfortably by Libby out towards Billy Godalman, who almost overthrows Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. 113 for 1. Aitchison 7 overs, 1 for 29. Saranga Lakmal 5 overs for 29. Zach Chappell 4 overs for 25. Sam Connors 5 overs for 15. And Anuj Dal is going to continue from the City ender, 3 overs for 11. 44 overs left in the day if required, and Worcestershire needs 79 runs to win. Liz Deploy having a conversation with Wayne Madsen. Can they come up with a plan to get Derbyshire into this one? It seems unlikely at this stage. Dahl in and bowls to Jake Libby, who flashes at this one, and it gets the edge, goes down to short third man when it's fielded by Ben Aitchison. Yeah, I mean, my mood hasn't improved any, I'm afraid, James. Yeah, it's on everybody's mind, though, isn't it, what's happening at the cricket? Worcestershire 113 for 1, so they haven't taken a wicket since lunch, Derbyshire, and the visitors need just 79 more runs to win. The only wicket they took was on the stroke of lunch. Ed Pollock caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Ben Aitchison. But Azhar Ali, who's on 36, and Jake Libby, who's on 60, have put on 96 so far for the second wicket and appear to be guiding Worcestershire to victory in the opening round of matches in the County Championship for 2023. The Worcestershire score 113 for 1. They need 79 to win. That next delivery was pushed out into the offside off the bowling of Dahl. No run. Zach Chappell warming up at a wide mid-off, and so too Matt Lamb, just swinging his arms gently to start with. It'd be nice to see Matt Lamb bowl some of his leg spin. I did ask him about his run-up, which is quite remarkable. As the ball is pushed out by Libby to Liz Deploy.
I was going to ask how is it remarkable, but then I look forward to seeing it.
I'm not going to tell you because I don't want to spoil the surprise.
Teaser. Excellent.
If he doesn't bowl, I'll tell you later. But I did ask him about it in the post-match on day 2, I think it was. It's all to do with not bowling no balls, which is a leg spinner, would be unforgivable. Here is Dahl in again and bowls, and Libby inside edge down towards fine third man, and it goes all the way for 4. Mitch Wagstaff on the field again as 12th man, running around from square leg to try to cut that one off, but couldn't. And another boundary for Jake Libby, his 10th. He moves on to 64. Worcestershire 117 for 1 now. They're not getting any luck at all, Derbyshire. They were going to need a fair old slice of luck to win this game, but
it also brings up the 100 partnership for these two off just 130 balls.
Dahl in again, bowls, it's driven, and we'll get all the way through to Zach Chappell and wide mid-off. It's the end of the over. Ben Aitchison removes his cap. He's going to bowl the next over from the racecourse. And Worcestershire 117 for 1, 36 to Azhar, 64 to Jake Libby. Worcestershire need 75 runs to win now. Exactly the number of runs that Derbyshire gave away.
After that last wicket.
After taking a catch off a no ball. And Mitch Wagstaff, who was on the field, I'm not sure if he still is. If he is, yes he is. We've got 2 12th men on now, if you can have 2 12th men. Wagstaff and Archie Harrison, wearing 88. He's on the field.
And he's just been put in his position by Aitchison, who comes in now from throw end, and it's just dabbed off his legs to Wayne Madsen.
I think Archie Harrison made his debut. I'm taking a punt here because clearly I have no records and my memory isn't what it should be. But he certainly played at New Road last season in the one-day cup, I think. Perhaps he played in the championship. He certainly played at New Road at some point.
He's featured there. Aitchison comes in again, and it's turned off his legs by Azhar Ali. Their run scamper through for the single. Godalming fizzes in the ball from halfway to the boundary on the leg side. And 118 for one, so 74 needed for Worcestershire. And Wayne Madsen now with the ball, throws it back. So this game looking like it's ending or going to go towards a Worcestershire win, but stranger things have happened. Aitchison, it's full now, and it's pushed down the ground by Libby, fielded at mid-off. And they'll go through for another single, the second off the over.
Archie Harrison.
And, an excitable Fletch.
Made his List A debut at New Road last season.
Go on. Aitchison in again. Short, rocks back, pulls, does Azhar Ali, and Godalming rushes in from the boundary on the square leg and throws it into Guest, and they'll take another single. So there you go. You do have your memory served you correctly, Fletch.
That's the only senior game he's played for Derbyshire.
How did he go?
Yeah, he went all right. I thought he went all right. He batted at 7.
Aitchison in again. If you can count, you can remember. But can you count? And they go through for a single as Libby turns it off his hips down to fine leg. Dealing in singles in this over are these Worcestershire pair.
Yeah, batted at 8, scored 5, and bowled 3 overs, and Derbyshire won by 47 runs. Happy days.
So, winning start then to his Derbyshire career. Might not continue with Worcestershire in prime position. 71 needed for victory at the end of the over. Libby 66, Azhar Ali 38. That partnership 104. These two came together when Ed Pollock was caught by Guest off Aitchison's bowling for 13. And since then it's all been pretty calm for Azhar Ali and Jake Libby. Just the one wicket, that being by Aitchison. Lackmell, 5 overs, 0 for 29. Aitchison 1 for 33. Chappell, 0 for 25 of his 4. Connors with 5 and 0 for 15. And Andrew Dahl, 0 for 15 off his 4.
Mitch Wagstaff, who's now left the field, made his List A debut in 2021 against Surrey, opening the batting, scored 36. They lost that one. Actually, that wasn't his debut. His debut was here against Glamorgan in July that year, and a complete washout. I don't think there was even a toss. As next delivery from, or the first delivery of a new over from Anuj Dal is pushed by Jake Libby out into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, there was no play at all in that one. Then he did play against Northamptonshire, and in his first proper game, was out first ball, opening the batting leg before wicket. He got better. Played against Nottinghamshire here in the Tom Wood game when he got a century, Woody, as this next one is pushed into the offside and fielded by Matt Lamb. He made 16 in that one, opening the batting with Harry Kame. And he also played against Yorkshire at Chesterfield, making 22 before that game against Surrey that I mentioned, where he made 36. Hit 2 4s and a 6. I don't remember the 6 at all, but I would have been here for it. Well done to him. Here's Dahl in again, and bowls to Libby, who gets one off the edge of the bat. Nice piece of fielding by Ben Aitchison, who just falls slightly awkwardly there. He's okay, gets back to his feet. Nobody wants to see any injuries at this stage with the match. Pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, smart grab down to his left-hand side. The tall bowler tumbling down.
Still managed to pick up a single. Libby moves to 67, 122 for 170 required. There are now 3 men close-ish in on the offside and 2 on the leg side as this one is pushed to one of those on the offside. It's Liz Deploy in the middle of Matt Lamb and Billy Godelman. On the onside, it's Haider Ali and Wayne Madsen having a chat.
Yeah, it's almost like a fan, isn't it? If you're the
Yeah.
batter looking, if you're Azhar Ali looking out, he's got all surrounding him.
I don't know what language Wayne Madsen and Haider Ali are talking. I assume it's English, but Haider Ali's English isn't great. This one is turned backwards square on the leg side by Azhar Ali down towards Sam Connors. Good fielder Connors. Good throw as well. He got round quickly to field that ball. Gets a round of applause from his teammates, and not much reaction at all from the people remaining inside the county ground here in Derby.
I think Madsen can speak. Can he speak a couple of languages? Because his dad's, oh no, he's got Italian, isn't he? So he can qualify to play
He
for.
qualifies to play for
to Italy, yeah.
I'm not sure if he speaks Italian. He may do. This next delivery from Dahl is pushed into the offside to Billy Godelman, who I'm fairly certain only speaks English. And it's the end of the over, and you're going to see Matt Lamb's
Excellent.
run-up. You're going to be able to commentate on that. I want a detailed description of Matt Lamb's run-up for his leg spin. 123 for 1 Worcestershire. Azhar Ali has 39. Jake Libby has 67. They need 69 to win.
And he's marking out his.
That's magnificent the way he marks his run-up. Watch this.
Run up now.
You ready?
If that's it, it's not very far.
There we go. There we go.
He's doing a sort of like a slow tightrope walk.
1 foot immediately in front of the other to mark his run-up.
Is Matt Lamb.
It is bizarre. He's a thoroughly nice lad.
He's a tool for a leg spinner.
But he used to be a medium pace bowler. Which I thought he was going to bowl in the first innings until I saw his run-up. And then when he turned his arm over, he's turned to leg spin while he was at Warwickshire, but he's clearly a leg spinner. It's a leg spinner's action as he warms up, as he bowls the ball to Anuj Dal.
He'll be bowling from just in front of us here, the racecourse end of the ground. 69 needed for Worcestershire to win their opening round of games. A few other obviously results or games going on around the country. We'll bring you the latest shortly. As Lamb now stops, then starts again, and over and in, and it's just defended by Lamb. It's quite a stuttering run up.
It's that leap at the start of it.
Yeah.
What is that all about? Well, I can tell you what it's all about in a minute. But
he tosses himself a few caps. He stops. There it is again. And he tosses up, full toss. And it's on the offside by Azhar Ali. Just looks like he's just trying to loosen the limbs a little bit, is Lamb. Just waving his arms around as he comes in again. It's like a false start, really, isn't it? His bowling action, and it's full, and it's driven back to him by Azhar Ali.
I did ask him about it, and then he said, "Oh, a lot of people asked me about that. I thought it was an original question, I have to say."
Here he comes again. Is Lamb, and just comes forward onto the front foot does Azhar Ali, and he'll come and pick it up. Not like you to ask an original question then, Fletch.
Absolutely not like me to ask an original question.
He mops his brow now and stands square on as he starts his run up, and then stops and then leaps, and then here he comes in again, does Lamb, and it's back, and slight discomfort there for Azhar Ali. Just came in down the leg side, and he stepped inside the line of the ball. And Lamb will come in now for the final ball of his first over in the second innings of Derbyshire's attack. They're trying something new to try and force a wicket. It doesn't come on that occasion as Ali goes forward and just defends it. And it'll be the first maiden of the Derbyshire in the 28th over. And Lamb is the man to get it with his rather unusual run-up. The 1 wicket, Aitchison getting the wicket of Pollux, Azhar Ali 39, Jake Libby 67.
That's remarkable because the first maiden of the first innings of the match bowled by Worcestershire was in the 28th over.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was. How about that?
That is spooky.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Matt Lamb bowls like that because the leap is to prevent him from bowling no balls, he said. He tried to cut it out but couldn't do it. Anuj Dahl begins a new over from the city end, and Lamb does the fielding, bowls the ball to Zach Chappell at mid-off. I don't quite know how that
I'm just trying to
helps
figure out.
him not bowl
Yeah,
no balls.
I thought I was going to ask a stupid question and say, how does that help him?
I have
but
no idea. But he just
figure it out.
He just said, no, it helps. So we put it back in.
Yeah.
It's like a triple jump leap.
He has got long legs.
Dahl in and bowls. Oh, that one keeps low, and Libby does well to keep it out, pushing the ball into the offside, fielded by Lias Deploy. Interesting development at Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan have lost their first wicket. They need a further 317 to win, which is fairly notional, but Gloucestershire, if they can take 10 wickets, will win a game in which they were bowled out for 165 in the first innings, which would be remarkable. Leicestershire still 2 down at Headingley. Dahl bowls, and that's pushed back towards him. He just gets a fingertip of his right hand to the ball, and Wayne Madsen helps complete the fielding.
What do we call in all these positions then that they've got in?
I'm not calling them anything. Offside, onside.
Kind of,
2 on the onside, 3 on the offside, that'll do. All in front of the bat, all on the square.
It. I still like my fan, yeah.
No, it is absolutely. It looks like a fan.
Very odd. But, trying something a bit different. Not yielding anything yet.
Lining up in a semicircle. This one pushed up to Saranga Lakmal, who's fielding at mid-on.
It is a bit like kind of catching practice. And then did you ever play sort of the Kings, was it Kings and Queens game, or where you sort of had, so you'd start with someone on your left-hand side who'd be like the king, and then the queen, and then and then you'd end up down the right-hand side with the frog. And then if you dropped it, you then went down the rung of the ladder, basically, and then you'd end up being the frog.
No. Dahl pushes bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Libby, fielded by...
Something you used to do at tennis. I used to play, coach a little bit of junior tennis.
Oh, yeah.
So you'd kind of have... the frog would end up coming round the other side and catching. So you'd feed the ball, and then the person would hit it across the net, and then the frog would try and catch it. And if they caught you, then you'd be replaced by the frog, basically.
Right.
Don't know what to make of that, do you?
Not really, no. Dahl is in and bowls to Libby, turns it into the leg side. There's a vast expanse out there for Sam Connors to patrol. Gets to the ball really quickly, good throw. But they do get a single off the last ball of the over. Jake Libby moves to 67. 123 for one. Azhar Ali has 39. They need 69 to win. I think there might be some runs missing here, but I'm not sure. In fact, yeah, that entire over is missing off the scores. So I'm going to have to go to a different. Oh dear, what's going on here? Yeah, it's all gone. It's all gone south. They're working hard to try to get some of the scoreboards working. Worcestershire needs 68, I think. Yes, they do. They need 68. They're 124 for one.
As Lamb there comes in and just defended down the pitch. So, yes, 29 overs have been bowled here in the Worcestershire innings. Lamb now up to the stumps, and it's pushed by Libby, and they come through for one on the offside. Fielder comes in from the deep position. Connor's out there in front of the pavilion, in front of the dressing rooms. And it will be Lamb to continue to Azhar Ali. It's in short, and Azhar Ali will trot through, play it off his hip, and out for another single. So he's gone from a maiden in his first over to 2 singles off his second, has Matt Lamb. And Derbyshire looking like they've, Worcestershire looking like they've got this one pretty much sewn up. Though, well, I was going to give you some hope, Fletch, but I'm not sure there is too much hope here. Need lots of 2 or 3 quick wickets here, and it's not looking very likely as Libby moves on to 69. 66 needed for Worcestershire. As in comes Lamb again, tosses it up, and it's defended back to him by Libby. And a man's come in there. It's Hyder Ali's come in sort of fine, close in on the offside in front of square as Lamb will come in again, and this one's off his legs is Libby, and they will go through for a single, playing the ball out to Zach Chappell coming in from square leg. Worcestershire just ticking off the runs now, and Lamb will do his unique run up, and it comes straight back at him by Azhar Ali, hit firmly into the ground, and that's the end of Matt Lamb's second over, and he's gone for 3 runs off it, so Worcestershire needing 65 more here to win. They're 127 for 1. Libby on 70, Azhar Ali on 40. The partnership between these two is 110 runs.
Zach Chappell's coming back.
Oh, yes, taking off his sweaters by the umpire.
A helmet has been brought out for Matt Lamb. I could open my phone. I've got an email off Nick here, but it doesn't seem keen to open. There we go. Done it.
And
you wouldn't have thought it'd be that tricky, would you, really? Nick Nick says he's wondering whether there was too much expectation going into this game. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, Nick, to be fair. Also disappointed with being able to dismiss Worcestershire Taylor and the seamers not bowling well enough. He's back in this country. Had been on a beach somewhere. He showed me he had a photograph of the beach. Yeah, but he's back in this country. Couldn't hear from Nick. Wasn't an email at all. It's going to be Zach Chappell. All these modern
emails, texts, letters, faxes.
So many ways of getting in touch with it. Fletchsport, fletchcricket@gmail.com. 127 for 1, 65 to win. 15 minutes from tea. Chappell is in, bowls a short delivery. It's pulled around the corner by Jake Libby. Sam Connors finds himself down at long leg and does the fielding. Libby moves on to 68, 124 for 1. Still got computer problems next door, I think. Rebooted the system once and...
Restart.
Having to reboot it, possibly reboot it again, I don't know. I haven't managed to catch up with the bowling change. Chappell bowling just his 5th over of the innings. Sparingly used. Around the wicket he comes. Lots of men on the leg side. Bowls a short delivery, and Azhar Ali has a little go at that one as it goes down the leg side and through to Brooke Guest. So we've got a short leg. We've got a leg gully, a man at mid-wicket and a man at mid-on. There's also a man out on the mid-wicket boundary and a long leg, so a 6-3 leg side field. Mitch Wagstaff's back out there. And there's Dahl is the man who's gone off.
Can see where it's going, unless it's a double bluff from Chappell.
Oh, they did this in the first innings. It didn't really work then either. This is a short delivery, and it's clipped into the leg side nicely. Connors has got an awful lot of work to do and doesn't manage to do it. Put the dive in, but couldn't stop the ball from going over the boundary. Azhar Ali moves on to 43, 128 for 1, potentially. I say that because I have absolutely no idea. It is 128 for 1. Yeah. With that boundary. Was it 132? It's 132. They're racing along here. Yeah, 132 for 1. They need another 60 to win now. Comes Chappell again, short, and it's pulled around the corner again by Azhar Ali. Will he get it between the fielders? No, that's a good piece of fielding by Hyder Ali out there on the backward square leg boundary. So there's a long leg, a backward square leg, and a mid-wicket on the boundary. The short leg, who's not that short, a mid-wicket in an orthodox position, as well as the mid-on, and on the offside, a third man, backward point, and a mid-off. None of these are going to be bowled on the off stump. 133 for 1. In comes Chappell again, short. It's very controlled. There's no pace in this pitch at all. There hasn't been for the entirety of the game, in all honesty. Sam Connor's throw goes over the head of Brooke Guest. Libby moves to 72, 134 for one.
Yeah, it's just sort of getting perhaps stuck in the surface a little bit, just holding up. Not really coming through from Zach Chappell.
No pace at all. It's very sluggish. Asa just has a look over his left shoulder into the leg side as Chappell comes in and bowls short again. Controlled shot down to long leg from Asa. They pick up another single as Sam Connors eventually picks the ball up after juggling with it a couple of times. Asa moves on to 46. Libby has 72, and the partnership is worth 118 as Worcestershire 135 for one. Need a further 57 to win.
Yeah, these two want to be there to seal the winning runs for Worcestershire, won't they, Azar and Libby? And they've batted really comfortably since being joined together, that partnership of 118, and Derbyshire just struggling for ideas, kind of going through the motions a little bit, as Lamb will pick up now from the racecourse end, and he's bowling to Azar. It's full, and Azar can't quite connect fully with it and ends up driving it down to Aitchison at mid-on. And Lamb will spin himself another catch as he prepares to come in to face the former Pakistan captain, and it's off his hips, is Azar, and that will go down. There's a race on at the far end, and the ball looks to have won and go down by the fine leg boundary for another boundary for Worcestershire. Zach Chappell trying to give chase there, but the ball was always ahead of him, and it goes for 4 more runs added on to the total and added on to Azhar Ali, who raises his bat to the pavilion. He's reached his half century, coming off 72 balls. Looked in fine touch. Both these two batters going along at a nice rate, and the partnership of 122. Worcestershire needing just 53 now left, as Lamb's in conversation with his captain there about looking to change the field, but there is that big gap. Anything on the leg, anything on Azar's hips, and he's quite comfortably whipping that round the corner. It's a big gap down from where Zach Chappell is fielding on the boundary. And in fact, deploy will come in at leg slip to just kind of put a bit of pressure on Azar. He now turns around and, yep, there I am. There's the captain facing him, so don't try and attempt that shot again, says Azar, as Lamb comes in again and bowls, and this time it will be fielded by Godman. Oh, and he just lost where the ball was there for a second on the leg side. He was looking one way, the ball had gone the other, and that allowed the Worcestershire batters time to run through for a single. 3 balls left still of the over, and Lamb throws himself another catch. That leg slip in there. Deploy, and here comes Lamb again, and this time it's just a straight one, not offering any turn really for the Derbyshire spinner. Not a frontline spinner, of course, but an all-rounder who can offer a bit of a leg spin is Matt Lamb. And here he comes again with his stuttering run-up, and he's up to the stumps now and turns his arm over, and they goes for the cut, does Jake Libby, but it goes through to the keeper. Not in any real danger there, and it'll be Godman who will throw the ball back then. So 10 minutes left until the tea break here. 52 needed for Worcestershire. Just the 1 ball left now of this over, and here comes Lamb, and he spears it in, and it's turned again off the leg side, and Godman will very slowly chase that one. He's not in any hurry there, is the former captain. He eventually speeds up and turns and throws it, and take 3 to the total, and that will be the end of the over by Matt Lamb, who takes his cap off the umpire, and Worcestershire 142 for 1, which means they just need 50 runs left for victory on this opening round of County Championship. Jake Libby on 74, Azhar Ali on 51.
Thank you, Alex. 142 for 1. It's drifting towards its inevitable conclusion, this game now. I had to scarper quickly there because James Watt was coming to me. His his thing for this afternoon is the longest song titles. I've managed to give him several species of small furry animals gathered together in a cave and grooving with a pick by Pink Floyd from the Gummer album, but I don't think it was a hit. So he liked it, but he's disqualified it. But they're looking for really long song titles. Here's Zach Chappell, short delivery down the leg side, and Azhar Ali has nothing to do with it as he goes through to Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. They will take it into the final session, but without having taken a wicket in this session, Derbyshire stand no chance of winning, and Worcestershire are, of course, heading towards 22 points and a victory. Derbyshire picked up the 5 bonus points. That's what they'll take out of this game. And Chappell is in again. Bowls to Ali. That one isn't quite as short. It's a one-handed shot down to fine leg, 4 runs. Took his bottom hand off the bat, but it got it fine enough, and away it raced. And another 4 towards their target. They trail now, or they need 46. They trail by 45. That's the way it's worded on the scoreboard that we have in here. It does say on the big scoreboard, the old scoreboard, runs required 46. Azhar Ali 55. Jake Libby 74. Lancashire still 2 down. They need 255 more, but they're not going to get them. Could hold on for a draw there, though. Zach Chappell is in again and bowls a short delivery that Azhar Ali ducks underneath. Kent are 3 down. They need a further 78 to beat Northamptonshire. And Somerset have gone into the lead. They lead by 3, but they're 5 down in their second innings. 111 for 5 against Warwickshire at Taunton. Glamorgan are 2 down now. 35 for 2. They need nominally 296 more runs to win. And Leicestershire still 2 down. They need nominally 192 more runs to win at Headingley. So they could hold on for a draw there, as well, as this next delivery is even shorter than the previous one, and that's 2 for the over, says umpire Neil Bainton. And Azhar Ali had absolutely nothing to do with it at all, as it flew through to Brooke Guest in the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. He's not in the anything, he's keeping wicket for Derbyshire, of course. Derbyshire back in action on Thursday. They'll be at Grace Road to face Leicestershire. Worcestershire up at Chester Street to take on Durham, as his next delivery is a better line, no, better length. But again, down the leg side, and Azhar Ali has nothing to do with it. They cannot restrict Worcestershire here, Derbyshire. They have to bowl them out. And at the moment, they're showing no signs of doing anything like that. We'll to hear from Mickey Arthur tomorrow morning in breakfast. And in comes the next delivery. It's pulled into the leg side by Azhar Ali. Sam Connors. No, not Sam Connors. I beg his pardon. It's Ben Aitchison down there now. Juggles with the ball before eventually clutching it in and throws it back. Azhar Ali gets another single, moves to 56. Jake Libby's got 74. 147 for 1. Worcestershire need 45 to win.
Yes, 45 to win for the pairs, and to get their season off to a fine start here. It's a tricky, well, coming into this opening game, I thought that this would be a tight game between these two teams. Finished very close to each other, didn't they, last season in Division 2. Derbyshire 5th, Worcestershire in 4th. But never really threatened to have Derbyshire since that wicket just before the lunch break of Ed Pollock for 13, and it will be Lamb to continue now from the racecourse end. He'll be up against Azhar Ali, who's on 56, and Lamb comes in. There's still the leg slip in place there with the helmet on. Is that deploy under there? Yep, still got that after that boundary round that side that was hit by Ali Azhar in the last Lamb over, and he'll come in again with the tall right arm leg spinner up to the wicket in Lamb, and then it's played, rocks back nicely, does Azhar, and plays it into the leg side, and Godderman will come round from mid wicket to collect and throw into the keeper, and they go through for a single. And Lamb, who got 27 and 16 with the bats in this game, he will come in Up against Libby this time. It's Fuller off his toes by the opening bat. And again, Godman will scamper round to his right-hand side and throw the ball in, and they will go through for another single. Godman doing plenty of work there in the mid-wicket area. Just on the one of the other strips on the square. Lamb directing his field a little bit. 43 now required for Worcestershire. And there is a change in the field as Dahl will come across to join Godman on the leg side, and Lackmal's going to come down to mid-off or long-off in front of us. The cover's gone in place, short cover's gone in place as well, which is Hyder Ali. And there's a man back on the deep point boundary 2 on the offside as Lamb comes in again. And it will be on his toes again from Azhar, and he plays it as if it was planned to Dahl. He's just trotted across to that position on the square. 149 for 1 Worcestershire. And here comes Lamb in and puts his bat just behind it, does Azhar, and comfortably defends it. He hasn't really got not much turn-off being offered here on this day 4 pitch at the county grounds.
Didn't spin at all last year.
Not loose to work with. It's therefore the part-time spin of Lamb. And here he comes again now for the final ball of the over. And it will go past that leg slip of Deploy down to the boundary for 4 more runs. It's a carbon copy of how he scored his last 4 off Matt Lamb. For Azhar Ali, he moves on to 61, and that total now 39 required for Worcestershire to win, and 4 runs coming off the last ball of the over. If it were going the distance, we'd be at halfway, 34 overs in, 34 remaining. Don't think we'll be needing many more of those at the rate that these two are going along. Azhar 61 off 84, and Libby 75 off 111 balls.
This may or may not be the last over before tea.
Oh yes,
Tea should be at 20 to 4 on the final day. Set in stone. Not allowed to move it. And I don't think 38 runs is enough to claim the half hour, but it might be. You never know. Here comes Zach Chappell then from the city end, in and bowls to a more orthodox field, and it's pushed out into the onside by Jake Libby. Fielded by Matt Lamb, and there's no run, so the leg theory has been dropped for the time being. Lamb and Saranga Lackmal, the 2 men on the onside, close in. There is a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. There'll be a long leg. There is. I think it's Mitch Wagstaff, but I'm not sure. There is a third man as well, Ben Aitchison, down below us as Zach Chappell is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside, out towards Billy Godman, who's on the point boundary. There's a cover and an extra cover as well as a mid-off. 1 more to the total. 154 for 1. That's around 61, Jake Libby 76, and 38 required now.
Yeah, looks like Worcestershire won't be requiring the services of Jack Haynes or Adam Hose, the next 2 men in.
Chappell on his way in again, bowls to Azhar, who turns it nicely, neatly into the leg side. Towards Sam Connors, it is Mitch Wagstaff at long leg rather. Another single is taken. Azhar Ali moves to 62, 155 for 137 required. And Dahl is polishing the ball as though his life depended on it.
Desperately, give me something from this, please.
He's made his way back to Zach Chappell. Watery sunshine here at the county ground. Chappell is in, bowls to Libby, who pushes this out into the offside. Wayne Madsen in front of the bat, as opposed to at slip, where he is often to be found, does the fielding.
He's nice and easy to spot, Madsen, isn't he? Because of that cap that he's got on, which looks like he's had it for the 15 years he's been here at Derbyshire.
Yes, looks like an original. Dug it out of the coffin again for another season. He's contracted for next year too. Chapel is in and balls. That one is rather edgily played to backward point by Jake Libby, but he picks up another single. He moves to 77 as Billy Gottleman does the fielding. 156 for one. 36 runs are now required for a Worcestershire victory.
He says through gritted teeth.
Well, I don't support Derbyshire, but clearly I have a vested interest of sorts.
Helicopter goes across the ground in the distance.
Chapel in and bowls. Oh, he's trapped on the pad and he's gone, and Azarali is dismissed for 62. Zach Chapel has his 6th wicket of the match, and that will be tea. So the ball before lunch claims a wicket. The ball immediately before tea, as it turns out, claims a wicket as well. And Azarali goes for 62. They still need another 36 to win. They're going to get them, but at tea, Worcestershire will be 156 for 2. Zach Chapel 1 for 41. Azarali out for 62, having added 139 for the 2nd wicket with Jake Libby. 86 balls, 7 fours. It makes no difference, in all honesty, but at least it's another wicket for Zach Chapel, his 6th, as I say, of the match. And at tea, Worcestershire 156 for 2. They need a further 36 to win, and we'll be back before you know it for the evening session. in and balls to Reed. balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. and you would imagine that they'll get them. Just a matter of how long we're kept now. Derbyshire picked up a wicket from the final ball of the morning session and the final ball of the afternoon session. We're just not going to get to the end of the evening session for them to take a third wicket.
Yes, this could all be over fairly quickly, especially with the new man out for Worcestershire. As our rally out, as you say, Fletch, just before the tee, on the stroke of tee, and Jake Libby will be resuming alongside Jack Haynes. 62 he scored in the first innings. Very exciting stroke maker for Worcestershire, someone who had a really good year last year. 3 centuries he got, over 800 runs too, so he started this one off very well too, and it will be Matt Lamb to resume from the racecourse end. His 5th over, he's gone for 16 off the 4, and that was after a first over maiden too, so been fairly expensive since that first over. And it'll be Libby who will be on strike for the first ball after tee. As Lamb now, he's in against Libby. It's a full toss, and Libby whips it through the offside, and that will go all the way to the boundary for 4. The man gives up his chase, and that's not the ideal start at all if you're a Derbyshire supporter to the evening session here. 4 off the first, but it was full. It was a long up and an easy boundary for Jake Libb, and he moves on to 81, and the total required now to 31. And Fletch, we might be here just for a couple more overs if
this is the ideal start, really, if we all want to finish.
Carry on like this. Is Lamb again. Oh no, that one just defended back down the wicket, and I'm going to nip off and do my update on Hereford and Worcester.
Yeah, so kind of feel that the sooner this is over, the better, really, from a Derbyshire perspective, as that one is pushed up towards Ben Aitchison at mid-on by Jake Libby. He's 19 away from a century. The second century of the match for Worcestershire, with Matthew Waite having got his maiden first-class ton in the first innings, as this next delivery, another full toss, and he can do no more than bunt it up to Ben Aitchison. Mid-on. It's a deep-ish mid-on. Saranga Lacknell is also a fair way back at mid-off. 2 men on the leg side catching as well, as this next delivery from Lamb is defended by Jake Libby. Lamb in again, bowls to Libby. That's down the leg side. That's a wayward delivery from the Derbyshire occasional leg spinner, and the over comes to an end. 4 runs from it, 160 for 2. Worcestershire need 32 more runs to win. Update for Radio Derby. Beautifully introduced, James, as ever. Worcestershire, we've had 1 over since tea. Worcestershire have moved on to 160 for 2. The reason that we're 2 is Azhar Ali was trapped leg before wicket by Zach Chappell for 62. The final ball before the tea interval, Chappell has 1 for 41 in this second innings. He's going to continue from the City end. The first ball after tea was smacked for 4, and it's an inevitability that Worcestershire are going to win this game. They've got 32 overs in which to score 32 runs. They're 160 for 2. Jake Libby is on 81, and Jack Haynes, the new batsman, is yet to face a ball. First delivery from Zach Chappell is left alone outside the stump by Jack Haynes. Let's go through to Brooke Guest. Yes, if you want some more nonsense on the radio, James Watt is your man. Over on FM and DAB. Introduction there. He got a bit muddled up, but bless him. But he got there in the end. 160 for 2. Sun desperately trying to break through here at the county ground as Zach Chappell rumbles in from the city end and bowls and beats Haynes outside the off stump. Tentative prod from the Worcestershire batsman and through to Brooke Guest. Don't start beating the bat now. That would just rub salt into the wound,
yes,
really.
Would do, wouldn't it? That was a lovely delivery from Chappell, and there's a man who's just facing his first couple of balls in, Jack Haynes of the innings, and just missed it going through. But 32 needed now for Worcestershire.
The only jeopardy is whether Libby will get to a century or not, as Chappell bowls well wide of the off stump. Haynes has absolutely nothing to do with it, and Brooke Guest collects it in front of first slip Wayne Madsen. So his radar going awry a little bit there, Zach Chappell, but he does have 6 wickets in the match. Terrific debut for the former Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire man. 5 for 69 in the first innings, so 6 for 110 in the innings, which sets him up nicely for the rest of the season. And he's in again now on balls, pushed out to the offside by Haynes, fielded by Billy Godalming, who, in the way Billy Godalming always seems to do, hurls the ball at the keeper, Brooke Guest, before it eventually works its way back to the bowler. It just seems to add minutes and minutes onto games.
He's been he was part of the England Lions, I think, isn't he? Zach Chappell, he's featured for them, I think, possibly.
Has he?
I think so, yeah.
Yes. I would be surprised. Promising as a youngster, bowls again, and that one is driven by Haynes, but fielded by Lackmal at mid-on. Well done, Surah, somebody shouts from down below, as though they know him. I mean, nobody knows him. Nobody's ever spoken to him.
You never.
We have never interviewed him because his English isn't
yes.
good enough. I'm afraid it's not his fault. We did have a Sri Lankan journalist came to a game last season. It was terrific, and he thoroughly enjoyed his 4 days as Chappell is in bowls, left alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper end of the over. 160 for 2. Worcestershire need 32. It was a maiden over from Zach Chappell.
Was that before, presumably before Lackmal got injured then? Was it the early part of the season?
Yes, Lackmal
played.
We
saw him play.
And at the end of one day, we said we'd never spoken to him, and he said, well, I can interpret it if you want. I thought, brilliant. So we went across there. And I think it was day 3. And he went off. Suringa Lackmal came out to the changing room, and they sort of appeared to be talking to each other, and it turned out that one of them spoke Sinhalese and one of them spoke Tamil, and they couldn't actually communicate. So we were no better off. So we haven't spoken to Suringa Lackmal yet.
Here's Lamin now from the racecourse end, and it's pushed back by Libby. Well, that's a shame.
Yeah. I mean, he says hello and smiles.
Yeah.
But
Here's Lamin again then. And onto the back foot is Libby, and Ristily flicks it down to the man on the point boundary, 2/3 the way, and they come back for 2. It's a quickly run 2, and Libby will get his bat down in time. Guest whips off the stumps. But Jake Libby already, and he's obviously keen to get that 100 to start the season off in style for him, and he may well get there. 30 runs required for the win for Worcestershire. Jake Libby needs 17 more for his first 3 figures of the season. 42 he scored in the first innings, so a fine game for Jake Libby, as here comes Lam in again, and this time Libby with a straight bat just defends it back down and be picked up by either Ali. Yeah, really good start for Libby. He's getting close to 100 first-class matches. This one is 90th. And here is Lamin again, twirls his arm over, and on the front foot is Libby defending it. And he'll be picked up by Lackmal, who gives the ball a rub and tosses it straight away back to the leg spinner. Over 1,000 runs, Jake Libby, for 2 seasons ago. As here he comes in again, and this time turns it off his hip, and that will run through the leg side. Quick chase, legs pumping his dart, and he manages to pick it up inside the boundary, and they will come back for a couple of runs. You can see what you mean, Fletcher, about him being one of the quickest, or the quickest in the Derbyshire team.
I haven't seen anybody quicker.
Cover that ground very quickly.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he now trots back in, and 2 more added to the total. So 29 needed now for Worcestershire as Lime. That one's in a bit shorter, and Libby will rock back and turn it around the corner, where it's picked up by Zach Chappell and thrown in. And that concludes Matt Lamb's over. That's his 6th. He's gone for figures of 0 for 25. So Worcestershire needing 27 now left. They're 165 for 2. Libby 14 away from that 100, and Jack Haynes yet to score. He's faced 6 balls for his naught and played and missed a couple as well, but he mainly could be there to support his teammates, getting that priceless 3 figures and get Worcestershire over the line here on the opening round of this season's county championship, as the sun threatens to come through in the late afternoon at Derby.
Chappell from the City End bowls to Libby, who turns this one into the leg side. In off the boundary comes Sam Connors to do the fielding. Libby moves to 87, 166 for 2, 26 to win now. Glamorgan 3 down against Gloucestershire. They will not get the 280 runs they require to win. Can they hold out? Well, they're 3 down at the moment. Leicestershire 3 down as well at Headingley against Yorkshire. They need a further 184, so draw is the best they can hope for, but they're batting well. Made 415 first time around and 205 for 3 in the second. Here's Chappell bowls to Haynes, who turns the ball into the leg side. And there is no run. Sussex beat Durham earlier on, in case you missed it. Somerset have a 17-run lead over Warwickshire in the first division. They're 5 down, though, at Taunton, so despite losing the whole of day 1 due to that wet outfield, that one still very much alive. Certainly from a Warwickshire perspective. Middlesex lost to Essex by 97. Lancashire are 2 down against Surrey. They need a nominal 246 more runs as Chappell bowls wide of the off stump and through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. And Kent are 3 down. They need a further 57 to beat Northamptonshire in the match taking place at Canterbury, also in the first division. Here, Worcestershire are 166 for 2. Jake Libby 87 not out. 13 more required for a century. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment now. Leaning on his bat, Jack Haynes. No stickers on his bat. Needs a sponsor. Waits, and that one is pushed by Haynes to Anuj Dal at backward point. And there's no run. On media day, I saw Matt Lamb putting some extra sponsor stickers on his bat, just in case he was required to point it at a camera. They're all switched on, these cricketers.
Yeah, they know the game.
Leas Deploy will disappear to play for that nonsense in August. He'll get 125 grand for the privilege. So he's a happy boy. Chappell is in and bowls, and that's flicked away by Haynes to get off the mark. Out towards Sam Connors on the mid-wicket boundary. Single taken. 167 for 2. 25 more runs required. Derbyshire will also lose Wayne Madsen. He's going up to Old Trafford. And George Scrimshaw, who's not playing in this game but will be off to Cardiff. And on the women's side, Sarah Glenn is going down to Southampton for August. As Chappell is in and bowls that fullish ball down the leg side that is well claimed by Brooke Guest, tumbling away to his left. Libby couldn't get any bat on it, and it was the final ball of the over. 2 from it, 167 for 2. Chappell has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 43. Haynes 1, Libby 87. Worcestershire need 25 runs to win.
Did you watch any of the or keep up with this any of this the new T20 SA South African competition over the
I did.
start of the season? Because
I watched a certain amount of Leas Deploy once
Yeah,
he
he was
got
in that,
into the
wasn't he?
Joburg Super Kings side.
did he captain them as well? Was he?
No,
Seemed
Faf
to-
du Plessis was
yeah.
the skipper.
That seemed to be a relative success. Their first year of the SA20, but another T20 competition to add to all the other ones that exist. As here is Lamb now, tosses it up and off his toes is Haynes and just pokes it to Dahl, who's just going through the motions of a couple of stretches just before the over started. As the sun now coming through from our right-hand side as we look out from the commentary box, and Lamb will come in. He's tall and he puts it in, and it's turned round to square leg from Haynes, and they will trot through for a single. He moves on to 2, does the youngster.
I think I could make a success of a competition if I was knocking tickets out at £2 a pop, but yeah, there were people in the ground.
Bums on seats. Just
Quite.
no money, but bums on seats. And this time it's driven, but only to the fielder in the gully from Libby. Yeah, I suppose it will be interesting to see how it goes around the second year and then the third year, whether those people who got cheap tickets would pay more to come in the following years, as this one's just defended by Libby off the bowling of Lamb. And Dull again just swinging his arms. Perhaps they're coming for a short spell with 24 needed for Worcestershire. As here is Lamb again now, the 5th ball of the over, and it's driven back past him by Libby, and it will go all the way to the boundary down at the racecourse end, and it will. The fielder just gives up the chase in front, and it's 4 more to Jake Libby, who moves in to the 90s. Aitchison couldn't quite get down there. Aitchison and didn't fancy the risk of doing himself an injury by diving, which you totally understand in the opening game of the season, and in a losing cause with Derbyshire on the brink of defeat here. Worcestershire 20 runs left, Libby 9 away from that 100. He'll be very much eyeing that up now as he's facing up against Lamb for the last ball of the over, and this time he rocks onto the back foot and pushes it onto the onside, and it'll be a stop there, and they take just a couple of more runs there. There's a moment where it looked like it might have the legs to reach the boundary, but it doesn't, and it's the end of the over. Worcestershire 174 for 2. They need just the 18 more runs here for victory on the final day of the opening round of the season, and Libby is on 93 and Haynes on 2, so he's getting closer, is Jake Libby, to his 3 figures. And there's a sun-kissed county ground here in Derby. Still a few fans in, and they'll be watching a Derbyshire defeat.
Oh, there's Dahl's back, look.
There he is.
Going to be bowling his 7th over. 18 runs conceded so far. Just 18 required for victory for Worcestershire. 7 required by Jake Libby for his ton. I'm sure that Jack Haynes will be aware of that. If he isn't, he should be. The supply missed out earlier today when he ran out of partners. As Dahl bowls a full-length delivery to Haynes, and he digs it out, pushes it backward a square on the offside, fielded by Ben Aitchison.
It would be his 13th first-class 100 should he get there for Libby. Made his debut back in 2014.
Dahl again. Past umpire Bainton and bowls. Cracked away, a valiant attempt to stop it by Ben Aitchison. He got something on it, but I think it's going to have enough to get to the boundary. It is. And Haynes moves on to 6. And 14 are now required at 178 for 2. And Libby might want to go down and have a chat with
No more of them.
Jack Haynes. Yeah.
Just the one, please.
Make sure you leave me 7, for goodness sake.
Do not want to be stranded, does he? After all the hard work that Libby's put in today.
2 away from equaling the highest score in the match. other than the century from Matthew Waite as well. That one's down the leg side and flicked away, and he's got bat on it, has Haynes, and it's gone down to fine leg for 4 more. And, well, they're down to 10 required now, and Libby is in danger of not having enough runs to play with, let alone partners, although he will have plenty of partners. Haynes on to 10, 182 for 2, and 10 required for victory. I will be shutting up as soon as it gets to within 4 of victory and letting the Hereford and Worcester commentator take the glory.
Yes, Jake Libby there. He's got his legs crossed, one hand on his hip. Not sure that's a approving glance that he's given his batting partner, Jack Haynes, there after that 4. If he wants in those 3 figures. The fan field is back close in.
Goes Dahl and bowls, and it's defended to one of the members of the fan. Wayne Madsen, he's got the helmet on. Nobody else has. Liz Deploy and Billy Godleman. That's the current captain, the previous captain, and the captain before that. All in a line on the offside, with Sam Connors and Matt Lamb on the leg side. And in comes Darlan Bowles, and that's pushed to Lamb this time, who picks it up at the 73rd attempt. Bowls the ball to Saranga Lakmal, who's fielding at mid-on. There's a long leg as well, that's Ada Ali. There's a backward point, Ben Aitchison. And there is a man at a wide mid-off. If the ball gets to him, it'd be remarkable. It'd have to go through three fielders. Dahl is in. Bowls to Haynes, who defends it. Straight to Matt Lamb, who holds on to it because he's going to bowl the next over. Haynes has 10. Libby has 93. Worcestershire need 10 to win. They're 182 for 2.
Yeah, and it will be Jake Libby who will be on strike, just 7 runs away. So 2 boundaries will do it for the Worcestershire opening bats to reach his first 3 figures of the season. 42 in the first innings, and he's looked pretty unruffled as Jake Libby. And it will be a hope to get that 100 and see Worcestershire pretty comfortably home with 8 wickets to spare. Pretty comprehensive victory for the pairs as Lamb's just sorting out his field, and looks like Madsen's taken off his helmet. He was going to be at leg slip, and now he's going to be at the conventional first slip. And it will be Libby on strike then to Lamb, who stutters up his run-up, and it's full, and down comes the track, does Libby, but he plays it to mid-on where it's collected by Aitchison, and he throws it back to the keeper. A couple of steps down the wicket came Libby there, but could only find the fielder, so we have to have another go. 7 needed for him to reach 100 as Lamb is in again. Arm goes over, goes onto the back and just prods it onto the leg side, where Dar will comfortably pick it up on the square. And he will throw it back to Libby. A lovely afternoon to come and see some cricket, though we haven't quite been treated to the close encounter that we could have been at the start of the day, as that one is no run again on the leg side, again fielded by Dahl off the bat of Libby, and it will be he's coming up to his 4th ball, 182 for 2, 10 runs is the number, 10 runs needed for Worcestershire as down comes Libby, and he launches it high down the ground. That will be 6. Fantastic stroke by the opening batter. Came down, lofted Lamb straight back over his head, and it was all the way for the maximum. And all that means is that he needs 1 more run for his 100. Worcestershire need 4 more runs to win. And what a shot that was by Jake Libby. Tossed up, bam. And here, this could be the winning runs now for Worcestershire as Libby this time tries to get it past Dahl. He can't quite find it. He's on 99. And Lamb with his final ball of the over.
You've got some talking to do here.
Against Jake Libby. Here is Lamb. Libby off his hip, and that will be the 100. He glances it down to short fine leg, and he brings up 3 figures, does Jake Libby. His teammates applaud him on the boundary. It's a fine 100 by the Worcestershire opening bat. It's come off 139 deliveries. He moves on to exactly 100. The helmet comes off. Not over-exuberant celebrations, just an acknowledgement of a job well done for Worcestershire. And he has a chat after acknowledging his teammates with Jack Haynes. They thump the gloves, and it means that Worcestershire need 3 more runs.
12 fours, 1 6 for Jake Libby. Fine innings from a good batsman.
And he will be on strike for the start of the next day, which will be Dull from the county end. 3 runs left for Worcestershire. Here is Dull. He's up, and it's glanced down, and it'll be fine, and it'll go past the fielder down to the boundary for 4. And Worcestershire have won the opening game of their county championship season here at Derbyshire. The winning runs off the bat of Jake Libby, who glanced it down past third to the boundary for 4. A terrific innings from him. He finishes on 104 of just 140 balls. Worcestershire, with ease, chased down their total they needed of 192, with plenty of time left to spare to 25 overs remaining. The players shake hands in the middle, and it will be a win to open their season for Worcestershire and defeat for Derbyshire.
They will. Absolutely. Well done to Worcestershire. They've been the better side for large parts of this game, no question about it. I can't help harking back to the fact that Ben Gibbon was caught off a no ball and they added 75 more runs. You stick 75 more runs on Derbyshire's lead, and who knows, but it's all ifs and buts at this stage, isn't it? And Worcestershire pick up the points. They pick up 22 of them, and Derbyshire just the 5 from this opening game of the season. There were some positives for Derbyshire. I'm struggling to think of them at the moment. Zach Chappell with his 5-wicket haul on debut in the first innings. Haider Ali batted nicely in the second. There was good knocks, or there were good knocks, 2 of them from Billy Godleman and 1 from Wayne Madsen as well. But you have to say that Matthew Waite, who bowled really nicely in the first innings for Worcestershire and then got his maiden first-class century, is one of the stars of the show. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But the star of the second innings, Jake Libby, 104 not out at the end, 100 off 139 balls with 12 fours and 1 6. And he saw his side home. The ground staff have started work very quickly, which makes it very noisy out there. We will be back, of course, on both BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Derby on Thursday. Worcestershire at Durham and Derbyshire at Grace Road. Thanks to Alex Whittington.
Thank you very much, Fletch. Yeah, it's been great to get all the glory to be here for the final day for Worcestershire.
And to Chris Williams, who was here for days 1, 2 and 3. Enjoyed both of your company. As I say, we'll be back on Thursday. The next sport on BBC Radio Derby's tomorrow afternoon. 2 o'clock sports scene starts. Derby County are at home, and I've completely forgotten who they're at home to. And Burton Albion are at Charlton, and I'll be down at the Valley with Darren Robinson. So I'll look forward to speaking to you on football tomorrow and on cricket on Thursday. But for now, a very goodbye.